Okay, for this little test, I kind of created it first while I was relaxing in bed. I forgot to take into account of adding some extra number of speakers or channel outputs. I've tested so far. I've got a few little quirks somewhere which I'm trying to iron out, because I haven't been in the room for about I don't know, maybe about a week, I think. Yeah. But so far the pink noise is going up, but that doesn't mean I think it's fully working yet. So I just got to go through the the layout, because I've got to delete this layout here and then restart it, because I don't know if it's a bit easier with a Trinov, because I think you could just easily just go in and add or delete something to something that might be present, but with a Storm Audio, I just can't simply just go into something and add some more speakers to the present theatre mode that I created. So I've got to delete this theatre mode, restart again, and do the count, which will be for the left side and the right side. So for the left side and the right side, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Well, that is right. 7. Yeah, that is right. Yeah, and then this side is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, and then 6, and then 7. Yeah, that is correct. I just can't figure out why I'm not getting pink noise output on the other channels. I'm just trying to. I mean, everything's output and indicates on the processor end, on the VU meters, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are configured or synchronized correctly for correct continuity. Yeah, I've just got to go through this again. So it's a bit tricky. It's a bit easier with the other settings, because all I have to do is switch on the switcher box. But so far, I'm getting signal going above. I haven't fully checked it yet. I've only checked it with pink noise. But I think it's doable. It is doable, but this is only applicable to me. This wouldn't be applicable to anyone else, because anyone else that's got a processor like this, or a Trinov or whatever, they've not experienced experimental overhead surround before. So they've never been to UCI Tower Park, or probably one of the other UCI sites, I think along the south coast, or there might have been a few others a little bit more inland that might have been using the same sort of configuration during the late 1980s. So most people will think, but to me, I've experienced several overhead sound playback exhibition in cinema. Most people today, they've only experienced one type, so they wouldn't have much idea about, you know. Anyway, let's see. So I'm looking at the what's it here. I've got to go to the flipping what's it. Where is it? Oh yeah, there. So I'll go big screen there. 1, 2, 3. Go full. Okay. See a little I was spoofing around. So generate. So I get that's going. Yeah, that doesn't tell me everything. See, so I go to the where is it the view. So I created a 5 at the front. If I want to use it, I could still use the SDU4s on the Dolby SDU4s as backup if I want to use a left center, right center, or I can just run those left center, left LCR. I could just run them as that. It looks like the surrounds on the map are only 2 speakers, but they're not. They're down on the right side where over here, and I've got left surround or LS1, LS2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. That's correct. Sorry, that pink noise was the other SDU4 I got on the middle surrounds. Yeah, so that works. The middle surrounds, the pink noise is outputting, generating on the SDU4, but on the Storm audio, I'm not getting any pink noise. I'm only getting it at the front side surround speakers, not the middle ones or the at least. So if I uncheck all the other speakers, so I'm only, because I know they're working. Well, I know they're A-OK on the pink noise. The rear back surrounds, they're a little bit too loudish, so I'm going to look into why they're a little bit too loud. They just need to be adjusted. Okay, so if I generate pink noise, go to channel 30. That's one of the overheads. Go to channel 29. No, it's a little bit soft, a little bit faint. There's something going on there. I can't figure it. It's either an input or an output on the signal on the processor is A-OK, but it's going to the Dolby SA10s in the kitchen to the amplifiers. Either my cat bear's been down doing something, which I doubt. He doesn't do any mischief. It's just a little bit soft there. I just can't try and figure it out. Either I'll go and have a wiggle on one of those VU variable resistors. Yeah, should be outputting a little bit loud. So I'll just go and add a little wiggle on it. It's either one of a few things. It's either a loose wire or something goofy. So it's generating down on this one, isn't it? Unplug it just to make sure. Back in. an input wire or all these variables are just that's not a little bit louder now. Not super loud, but I'm sure it's something goofy. I'm just going to reset everything on the EQ pots here. And start this fresh. Refresh everything. Still doesn't give me the why something should be, you know. Not sure if it's anything to do with any cap. Just got to reset all these parametric EQ. I think the level being loud on the rear back surrounds might be. I'll check the amplifier to see if the gain levels are a little bit too. They should be all equal. They should all be equal to all the outputs going around the room. Okay. So check. There. Okay, that one's okay. Okay, it's okay. That one's okay. Okay. Alright, that's okay. Let's go through check. See? Kitty wants to play, don't you? You want to play with things, don't you? You want to play with things, don't you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Have a Pepsi. Yeah, he doesn't like it. It's very strange. He's been not into pizza. He's not into yogurt. He likes ice cream, don't you? You like a teeny little bit of ice cream to lick, don't you? Yeah. All right. Meow. Oh. You want to play? Oh. Wow. Oh, ouch. Ow. Oh, ow. Your claws. Your claws are sharp. You're not getting an issue again there on the side, are you? being an issue. Alright, so that's what I've just been having a check with. So that pink noise there is outputting a little bit louder above me as I've just walked in. So I was wondering why it was a little bit soft. Still doesn't give me the why the other channels are. So I just got to go through those and see why. Just got to check the side surrounds, see if they're all correct. Might be the I mean, they're the numbers. If I have to check the other. Just mute that pink noise. I have to check the what do you call it? The other theatre mode things and verify the channel mapping numbers to see if they're correct. The fronts are all okay, but I have to verify, the numbers are not mixed up. Otherwise, even though the pink noise falls into the same position where everything, but just some of the channels are just not getting any output. I'll check the amplifier, the crown amplifier, to see if I muted any channels. Maybe last time I used it and they're all unmuted. So I'm just a little puzzled. Anything there? So, sorry, I'm mute that. So I just got to check everything. Okay, the right side. Okay, that's over in the corner. That's over in the right corner, that. That's sounding. Channel 15. It's generating, but it's not sounding. I think on 16. That's the rear right on the back wall. And I know the other one works. Maybe I should have put these numbers so, because the numbers here, they look all random. Like maybe I should put channel, because I got like channel 30 and then going backwards, I got channel 28. But I was just thinking that keeping the right side on the side and the back and the overhead, 1, 2, 3, and then going over to the left side again, same thing, 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth one on the back wall, and then going 6 and 7 and 8. I was just thinking of just keeping the numbers like, or the channel outputs like, so they don't get like say for example, if I get left channel over on the right and the right over on the left, sort of like this, back to front, like my hands crossed, it should be like that, boom, not back to front, crossed over sort of thing. So yeah, it's just so I'm absolutely sure I got nothing muted on that crown, because everything I checked is all unmuted, but it's just not getting any. I just have to verify again, go through. Just trying to figure out why the pink noise. Because if I want to use, say, like the side, the back, and the overhead, all at the same, so they're playing the same surround signal. Be whether it mono matrix, discrete, stereo, surround. I don't really care much for Atmos at the moment. Just no interest. Yeah, on the analog input there, that's all. Yeah, that's all. Check this one. Go through all the. Yes, I think show's muted there. Check the other setting. No, I think it's okay there. Yeah, on the everything's okay on that. I think I'll just keep the display up just so I can generate some pink noise and see if I see what I see on the VU meters on the crown. I don't get it. That's outputting, but it's not. Oh, now I see it displaying on the crown. But left surround number 3. Left surround number 3. That's at the. I don't think it really matters. It's because it's not doing any of this Atmos. What they call it, panna through. It's not doing any of that, so it's just basically duplicating the same signal on the speakers multitude of times. It's just duplicating, but it just seems like the continuity there seems wrong. It's like number 3. Usually that's, I think it's number 1. And then number 2 would be the middle, and then number 3 would be. Just gotta see. Go through it, figure it out until it's correct. Oh, my cat bear's moving. Oh, he's just knocked a Pepsi can on the floor. You know, cats, they like moving things with their paws. They're dissatisfied. Yeah, I've got pink noise on that one there on the side back. I'm not getting anything on the middle. And why is it not showing up on the crown? Why is the display not showing up? Let's click that off and then click that again on. It's got nothing to do with the level. Got something lazy going on here. Turn that off. It's trouble with all this DSP stuff. It's better to throw all the DSP out the window and just go back to basics. It's a lot simpler. I've always got to go through all these pages and still not getting any indication on the meters on the crown. Not getting any. Hang on. Oh no, that's the wrong channel. That's the overhead, obviously, but it's in more or less the same position, and the sounding of the pink noise. Oh wow, that got me off. That caught me off. What the bloody hell? Where is it? Nothing on those. That's the rear back, but why is it not showing on the... Oh, now I see it. Yeah, it's something a little bit lazy on the crown. I'm just going to push the Ethernet lead it. See if it's check the ether lead. Knocking things over there. No. Meowfied. Oh, oh, I feel dizzy. Oh, bloody hell, I feel bloody lightheaded, dizzy. God. Alright. Channels was it? Okay. 18 and 17. 17. Yeah, that's okay there. And that's overhead there. So channels 25, 27, 29, and 26, 28, and 30 should be the overheads. Experimental. Yeah. Just going to turn them all on to see how. Just do a verification check. Yeah, pink noise is going through the dog channels because I've got it set on to logic mode. So it's going through the dog channels. Okay, that's okay. Oh, wow, that's disorientating when turning all that off because the way the signal moves around the pink noise. 26. Oh, Bear's doing that again. Oh, let's put that Pepsi can in the bin. Oh, it's got issues. You've got issues, haven't you, Mr. Bear? You've got issues, haven't you? And some biscuit. Some biscuit. Thought this would be easy. Turns out it's difficult. Well, has to work. Just got to coordinate and just align it. Synchronize and continuity, check it. Check its continuity. It's up there on the. We're not getting any. So I'm getting a pink noise out on the. No, that's the. Not getting anything there. Maybe it's wrong. Channel 8. I think. Yes, I've got to go and check. So I've got to write these numbers down. So I'm going to have to go through, turn this pink noise off. Come out of this theatre mode. Because I think I've got the numbers that they're just scrambled up. That's it. Oh, crikey, where is it? What theatre mode? The other theatre mode I got going for the sides. What theatre mode was it? Try. If it's channel preset number 9. Okay, I think it might be this one. Oops, out, go out, check the map. Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Go to the output mapping. Let me check the continuity here. Okay, let me write these numbers down. Make sure they're correct. So, left, that's around, right's around there. Number, and left's around 2. Left's around 3. Right's around 2. Right's around 3. And that comes round to number 4. Yeah, that's on 18. Yeah, and 17. Yeah, that's okay. Right, so what numbers are these here? Left, channel 9. The next one would be 13. No, rub that out. Should have gone to Specsavers. Left, number 11. And then 2, number 9. Okay. Number 3, 13. Okay, the right side. 12. And then 2. Number 10. And then that one, 14. Okay. I'll come out of that theatre mode. Go back to the other one. What number was it? Was it 12 or 13? Try 13. No, it's not that one. Try 15. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oops, no, come back out there. Mapping. There we go. Just have to put these numbers in, and it should then work on the side and back surround should all be, because the numbers are all going the other way. They're going to they're going to outputs, like channel 8 on here is going. It's going somewhere else in the system on the XLR outputs. So even though it's not sounding or generating sound, it's going elsewhere. Okay, so left there, that should be number 11, and then come down to number 2, and that should be number 9, and then number 3 surround should be 13. Over to the right. Number 12. This better work. Right surround number 2. Number 10. Right surround number 2. So I've got to remind myself to make sure every time, you know. I've got to write these numbers down and keep them somewhere so I don't have to keep, you know, because it still does, you know, even though, anyway, doesn't matter. Right surround number 3. That should be number 14. And then save it. Go to pink noise. Turn off all these channels again. Turn off. Okay. Turn on the pink noise. Yeah. So go there. It's okay there, but it's a little bit soft. It's okay there on the front, but it should be, I'll get the balances, I'll do that later. Yeah, that's the back. Number 14. Yeah, that's the corner. That's the corner back surround, the corner side surround. Number 12, yeah. That's the middle. That's the middle. On the right side, that's the middle. Number 15. Wow. That's weird. I just saw an indication on the... I didn't hear anything. I saw something indicating, or I'm not sure what I saw there on the... there's no sound there generating. Could it be I got something muddled up? Did I misinterpret something? Should it be number 14? Got 14 there. It's going to that should be up there in the front, but should be up on the front right side, further along in front. It's not generating. Yeah, see that there. Okay, stop the pink noise there. I have to go save that. I have to come back out, check, see, verify, see if that's correct. Theatre mode. Oh, write down the bloody theatre mode that I'm using to check. I think it was number 12. Or was it 7? I think it was 9. Yeah. How many have I got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. See, right, number 12. Number 10. Yeah, might as well put that. Might as well put that number 18 there. And then this one put over left. That's number 17 there. Okay, why is it? It's correct on the numbers. Let me just check on this theatre mode, see if everything's okay. Just to verify. There might be something, some error or some malfunction. Let me just check, turn those off. Generate the pink noise. Yeah, I've got a pink noise signal going in there. Turn the fader up. It's on the rear, that's on the back wall. It's on the side, rear, or side corner. Now, what's going on there with number 12? Yeah, that's there. Yeah, number 2. It's number 10. That's working. Sounding. Number 10. Let's see if I've got something back to front here. It's number 10, so if let's just write a number 10 up there, so I'll probably swap 10 and 12 around. Not sure if there's something going on there. Something. Let's just go through these again. Left. Yeah. That's okay there. And then the right. Yeah. That's okay there. And number 2. It's up there. Go to right, number 2. Yeah, that's okay. Number 3. Yeah, they're okay. Okay, come out, alright. Turn that off. Come out of that. That's number 15, isn't it? Right. I got right there at number 15. Hang on, I think I've got that number 15. Let's put that to number 12. And then number 2 there. Number 10. That one's number 14. Alright. Save. And generate some pink noise if it's correct. There. Just checking the overheads. Okay. Come down. That's okay. It's a bit loud. Okay, get a right number, right surround. Yeah, it's working. That's okay there. Yeah, that's the back. Number 18, just double check again. That's back. Those levels got to be readjusted. I have to check the levels match on the input on the crown. See if all the levels are all equally the same. Left. Yeah. Just check that one. Yeah, that one up in front is okay there. It's number 2. Number 2. Right, number. Yeah. Right, surround number 2. Okay. That's okay there. I'll just check I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's in order. Okay, so let's take this torch off. Okay, so what I've got to do now is just get the now I've been moving my head around like so, just checking. Now I've got to visualize on the crown architect to see if all the levels are equal, because the back ones sound a little bit too loud and one of the sides they sound a little bit too loud, so I just got to get all the levels equal, and then double check the levels again with the ones that are going into, because they're all different amplifiers. But when you check things like when you got voltage level and it's all equally the same voltage level, then different amplifiers, you should get the same output theoretically. But anyway, I've got to check everything there, so just make sure. Let's double make sure. So I'm not even into listening. I got Laserdisc already. I've got Blue Thunder ready, but I might switch. I might switch to Laserdisc because suddenly my mind decided to change the title. You see, that's what AI can't do. All this AI rubbish that people are meddling and playing around with at the moment because they've got nothing better to do in their life rather than just make. I can picture and make up some random sort of things with my mind. It's like drawing a storyboard and thinking, okay, but then I don't know. I've never had any time using AI. So you got to get a little experience, then you get progress. You get quicker and faster and smarter at it. And you just create things that make people laugh. Just generate views and numbers and money. Oh, really? Oh, not into it. Not into it. I've got no appetite for it. Yeah. Okay. Let's get the pink noise going on there again. Even though it's generating, it's muted on the down here on the with my fingers going just above it where it says off. So I've got to just go through it and just check those input levels on the crown. See where I'm going. We'll check the input and the output levels. Yeah. Oh yeah. What am I? Oh yeah. I've got to go from here over to the. So I think I'm looking at the Austin. Oh, gosh, it's so complicated. These things. There I go. No, that's one of the overheads. Either I turn the just to make it a little bit. Yeah. I turn those amplifiers off for the overheads for the moment. Oh, I don't know what it is with my medication, but I feel bloody dizzy. What time is it? I've only got about 4 hours and I've got to take my medication, my morning medication. Oh, 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 bloody hell. Just feel lightheaded. Oh. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a side effect. Oh, rubber. Switch those off. Okay. Just go through and turn all this on. Well, don't need 20. But where's the level indicators on the crown? Where's the VU levels? Let me check that ether lead. Oh, it's not a little bit dodgy there. How am I supposed to communicate with the system if I can't bloody see the bloody VUs? Oh. Oh. Yeah, those are okay. All the gain levels are all equal, all the same level. Okay. See if I can get a signal. First I get a signal. No, I don't get a signal. It's gone offline because the computer timed out. Can't stand fucking computers. Really fucking can't. Do they make your life better with your fucking systems? I don't think so. My personal opinion, I don't think so. Does a kaleidoscope make you look like you got a cool home theatre setup? I don't think so. I can't trust that sort of thing, really, to be honest. You know, after hearing the bloody mess with bloody Amazon and fucking movies that don't even, you know, they sound like they got a blooming filter put on the bloody low end. And they, yeah, definitely they do have some sort of compression going on. I don't mind it. I don't really particularly mind it. It's when they use filters and they're cutting off all the freaking low end. You know, that's random on films, and you just, you know, can't trust it. Can't really. It's just something you just watch it. I couldn't really care to buy the bloody titles on there. Bloody Jeff Bezos and his bullshit space rocket rubbish. Anyway, got that on there again. All right. Generate some pink noise again. Okay, bingo. Okay, that came up. Okay, that one's okay there. Not getting any level on number 10. No, I've got something goofy going on there with the crown. Now I've stopped the pink noise. The levels are still indicating, like, you know, this. Now they just gone off. It's like something froze there, paused, and then took a few seconds, and then there's something goofy going on here. But it's sounding, but I can't see the levels. Let me check the. Let's check this again. Yeah, stopped it, and the signals are still indicating they like froze. They're not. Something might be goofy going on with one of those crown amplifiers, I think. It's a DSP issue. It's still frozen. Okay, one thing I can do is turn the amplifier off, wait a few seconds, turn it back on, and then go through the procedure again. See if it's a startup problem. Turn that off. See if well, with the way things are with Harman at the moment, or are they Samsung, or are they tomato sauce, or maybe mayonnaise? I don't know what the bloody hell they are now. My personal opinion is, if you got any Harman, just hang on to it. But personally, I wouldn't buy any more of their rubbish. I would just get simply something else. It's too bad the Behringers don't have too much DSP in them, you know, with a multi 8 channel, or maybe a 16 channel amplifier. Something slim, something, you know, high output, and you just fit it in the rack. Very simple. Alright, just turn on the Architect. Got another Crown amplifier, which I keep saying I was going to repair, because, you know, I've got to strip it all down just to get to a component, just to get to a single component. But to be frank, I would have to anyway. Got that about up there now. All right, go back to generate some pink noise on and off. There's no reason. And just see if I see any issues again. Okay. Got the one on there. That's okay. That's coming up on that one's coming up on the level meters. Yeah, backs around there. Okay. Yeah, that one's coming up. That's coming up. Sounds a bit loud. I'm going to turn the fader level down. I can see the input levels look okay so far. Still got a few more speakers to turn on, or channels. Whoa, the way the pink noise is sounding on, like, you know, when I put something, you get to a trained THX listener, you get a very disorientating effect. Woof. Okay, I've got all of them now going across the board. They're all going there across the board now. I can't share the screen on there because it's on the computer, unless I did the stream. But then if I did the stream, I wouldn't be able to visualize what I can see on the screen, because it can't do everything. Though theoretically it can, I think. Right, I'm going to mute the sound. I'm going to mute the pink noise. There's the mute. Oh yeah, all the VU meters and everything all went down at the same time. I think it was a startup issue when I turned the amplifier on. I think I had a bit of a startup issue. I've noticed startup issues like with many other DSP things, but most people probably don't report these sort of things, so I'm reporting it here in the video. It's just probably a hiccup. You know, like you could say a human thing. And it's like with my medication and how I feel some days. Some days I feel maybe okay, stable, just about. As long as I don't overexert myself, and then I'll be ending up on a meat wagon down the bloody Bournemouth hospital, like I did bloody last year, 8 times. Fucking 8 times last year. Ridiculous. One time I go down here for an appointment and I'm leaving, I'm walking through the corridor. I get this effect suddenly coming on. I don't even leave the hospital. I don't even go out the entrance. I'm back in a ward. I'm in a ward for 8 hours. Unreal. Anyway, it's like a hiccup. You know, if you got other things that probably rely on too much DSP, you know, because it's like the Crown. It's got too much in it. It's like, I suppose, where we eat things and guzzling drinks and all this, and then it all mixtures, and um, being a bit, on the sugar sort of thing. And I'm thinking, why am I on these drinks? I mean, they're not like poison too much, but I'm sure they just make me feel a little bit so. But I'll replace it with some HO2. It's like sometimes something is desiring something and probably won't feel sick or feel sick about it until maybe an hour or a few hours later. Kind of like the DSP. Got turned on and some of the functions probably got cross-wired or something. Instead of being all like this, they all got scrambled up. And you just got to turn it off and turn it back on. Just like a computer, sometimes, you got to turn it off and turn it back on again. Because Bill Gates is a total wanker. And he got all these stupid updates. Really, when you buy a computer, we've all set them up, and you think, do you need all these fucking updates? Seriously. Keep your antiviruses and your firewall fucking switched on and say fuck off to the updates. Fucking hell. Try and keep the computer in order, and then it should work okay. And you start adding all this rubbish. Same with fucking mobile phones. I go through the fucking thing. I don't need this app. I don't need this app. I don't need this app. Because I don't use it. I dial, talk here, listen here. That is all I fucking use it for. Or do a video. That is it. I don't need to play fucking games on a stupid fucking hell. Really. If I want to play a game, I'll play it on the laptops. The funny thing is, one laptop I play one game, and it's just a little bit awkward with the hand position and or the the fingering positioning on the keys. It's a bit quicker on this laptop than it is with the other one, and it's no more better with the bloody keyboard. If I play the same game, it's like reaction time is just maybe a few seconds slower. That's like the Firefox, and he's got this fault sensory helmet, because it gives a more faster time reaction in localizing a threat to the aircraft and then launching a missile. Next we'll have those games but I'm not into virtual reality. I'm not into it. This is virtual reality. See, I've got my goggle thing on there. There's my virtual reality there, my goggles. I don't need those stupid fucking things on my head back here now. I don't trust that shit. They'll be it'll be like that movie Brainstorm. They'll be downloading things in your mind, electrical bios and things and shit, and it goes to fucking third parties. Edward Snowden ain't kidding, I tell you. He's not joking about all this shit today, isn't it? Most places you go today, fucking, you got to use your card. You can pay cash, sure. It's better with cash, because then, I don't know, because I've got a very suspicious mind. If you take it from a machine, it's probably getting processed, or maybe there's a bit of something in that money that gets I don't know, a coded signal on it. So if I use it somewhere, this might be just my complete utter paranoia, it still knows it's you. Yeah, because if I can think up most perverted, diabolical things, I wouldn't be surprised in a little think tank or a big think tank somewhere, governments and that they're coming up with the most diabolical. Why do they want to track us? Okay, yeah, I get it, but I'm not a terrorist. I mean, really, is that it? Is that it? Oh God! Oh, for heaven's sake! Oh dear. Yeah. So where we use the card, yeah, fucking hell. Dear, oh dear. Oh dear. I had a nice adventure the other day. Went out on a friend's boat. Second time, different boat, but same thing. It's not many places you can go with, because it's only got so many miles to go one way, and then so many miles then to get back with the fuel. Unless you take some backup, and then but the whole thing again. The boat, it just obliterates Dolby Atmos completely, totally obliterates it. I listen to where the sound of the motor is on on the boat, very loud, and even though two of my friends in front of me, not too far distant, and when they're talking, I could barely hear. I can hear their voice, but I can't really understand or grasp because they're trying to communicate, and you got this continuous noise from the engine and the waves and the motion on the boat, and when it's going fast and then goes up or over a wave and then bang down and then bang down. Oh, I'll tell you, that's the best sub bass. I'll tell you, it obliterates anyone's home theater with sub bass. Literally obliterates it, even mine. You just can't duplicate that sort of thing in the home. It's impossible. I have to say, sadly, it is impossible. If they did, I don't even think D-box seats would even come near. I don't think they could suddenly, give the jolt because flipping out. Oh, it's something I don't really like, but I tell you, it's like a roller coaster ride going on waves. Except doesn't have a loop the loop or well, unless the boat suddenly went like that, and then in which case, if there's too much weight, then it's going to go boom. It's going to turn over. Yeah, but when it's casually, in the waves, the spray of the water, and I hear where it's going. It's not up here. I don't hear it up here, like you would in some bullshit Atmos movie, and I'll think, what the fuck? I can see what's visually going on the screen, but why are they putting bloody sound of that wave sound up there? It doesn't make logical sense. It's a complete random load of bullshit. And most people in home theaters, they think that's the real bloody thing. They think, oh wow, yeah, that's not the experience. The bloody experience of the bloody waves were down at this bloody level, and then literally in a few seconds hitting the water. Though oh please, bloody hell. So this is why I can't stand Atmos. It's really, really overrated, and it is seriously a gimmick. It is a complete fad gimmick because they haven't got enough channel layout for the speakers to be, properly done to create a near enough psychoacoustic illusion. and it's not, and it's a lot more than just putting speakers on the side wall on walls. That's where they go. Typically, that is where they go. No if, no but, no debate, no vote. And then you got something then in between all that. And I mean a cluster on the ceiling and the floor, so that the speakers are all parallel on the ceiling and on the floor, so they're all parallel. So then you can mix phantom sounds and make it sound like something's somewhere like this level, or move it upward, or move it a little bit down, and then you're just simply panning the sound away whilst there's still other sound going on. You pan a specific sound that you're visually looking at, or maybe the camera pans away, goes to something like something that's on screen, like here, boom boom boom, and then it pans, so I go off screen and it's looking at something else. Does our voice really go around, sort of thing? Sometimes it's kind of yes and no. It's kind of really yes and no. It depends on, I suppose, distance and such, and where it's located. Otherwise, it still seems to be within, so if I were to, and another thing that really pisses me off, because I'm going into a random sort of thing now, ranting. The other thing that pisses me off about all these film mixes is you always hear this dialogue that sounds very clear. And most people with a home theatre, they moan and bitch. Oh, I can't hear the dialogue. Of course you can hear. You're not hearing it in the same way as you heard it last week in a cinema, played over PA speakers. And when you go to the home, back to your little basement, you just got a dinky little centre speaker. That's like putting that dinky speaker in a bloody cinema, and everyone's going to say, what the blood? Is the bass driver or something knackered? Because I can only hear a small range. It sounds like it's coming from the HF horn, but it sounds knackered. You haven't got proper bandwidth on those speakers in the home, really. If you're not using the same JBL what they use in the cinema, then forget about it. You're wasting your time. The other part of, like I say, that really pisses me off with all these mixes is that when they're doing all the ADR and everything, it all sounds like it's crisps and sound. And so if someone's say facing the camera, but if you turn away and move around, the direction sound of your voice would be going the opposite direction. Therefore, there should be a slight drop in the frequency response. Not much in the lows, because it'll pretty much stay omnidirectional in the between the 100 and maybe a little bit above it. Yeah, probably stay omnidirectional. But it's when it gets up to the higher, all the sibilant sounds, and it's going the opposite direction. Yeah, someone's on screen and they turn the opposite. Their voice frequency still stays the same. It doesn't change. The mixers have not, or the director, or all this bullshit of Dolby Land, they have not taken into consideration and account of creating proper psychoacoustic illusion. It's all bullshit, but it's a total fucking mess on fucking movies. Sometimes, really is. It's a total mess, and that's one of the, I learnt sound mixing at college, nearly over 20 years ago. And if you've got to put things into, you've got to put all this, to create the illusion, because that's how it sounds in real life. But when you're in these movies, oh, what a load of bullshit. God, dear. You know, it's like a loudspeaker, because you could do the same. Say, for example, grab a small speaker, something that's manageable and easy to move around, like one of these crappy center speakers, or a two-way speaker, something like a bookshelf, little small, and put it on a something that can rotate it, and just put a voice. I could talk into a microphone and have it turn around, and I'll listen to my voice. And then, even though it's going to be a little bit difficult to do that, I think I would need a recording, because I'm thinking ahead, because I'll be voicing and I'll be hearing, like when I put my hands like that, I hear a different sound of my voice, and so yeah, it have to be a recording, and it just rotate, and I would hear it go a little bit, frequency response would be going up and down as it turns around. That's how it should be. Or where and how things are happening. If you listen to that Saving Private Ryan rubbish, they're on the bloody beach and all that nonsense. And if you analyze it very carefully, dialogue levels, even though there's some dialogue pans and that sounds cool, doesn't it? But really giving it scrutiny, and then thinking, is that it? Is that the best Skywalker sound can come up with? I thought they were the elite, the best of sound. And they have not taken into account of all the other sort of frequency response, and that is going to change with where they're all crouched down near the sand. Sand is going to absorb frequency. It's going to, and you got to take all this to give psychoacoustic illusion. I think a lot of the bloody ADR they do today, I think they need to throw that out the fucking window, because some of it is outdated, and they need to reform it. So, yeah, there's my take on it. I don't know why I got this pink noise generating still, even though it's muted. I might as well just turn it off. Actually, no, I'm gonna go through the overheads. Just check that. So I still got to do a lot more checks. Turn that off, but just before I do, I'll just turn it back on again. Just unmute. I knew it. I'm not seeing any levels on the crown. They're not coming up. There's something a little bit goofy going on there. I'm not seeing it. They're sounding, but I'm not seeing any levels. There's something goofy. Going on. I'm going to turn that off. I'm not going to switch the amplifier off. Just close the program, reopen it. I knew there's something goofy. There's something goofy going on with the DSP on that. Load of crown bloody garbage trash. I'll tell you where this bloody crown amplifier would be going. It'd be heading straight to the cat litter. Okay. Oh, now the meters are coming on. And turn them off. Yep. And on again. Yep. Yep. They're all responding. So why, after not using any signal going in there and ranting for about 10 minutes or so, and suddenly it just goes all, well, I'll quote Rachel, what's her name? Weird, weird. That's all I can think of. Very funny. I don't know what's going on there. There's something that's very lazily not responding very well on the DSP, because there's so many DSP boards in that bloody amplifier. It's unreal. But I don't want to have banks of, well, would I need DCXs? To be honest, not really. Anyway, so I'll turn that generator off. I'm going to mute these. Hang on. Oh gosh, what speaker numbers were they again? So I'm going to mute the side surround. So it was number left. Was that one there, and that one. I'll leave number 5. Yeah. Number 7. Turn that on. 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 5, 6, 7. Turn that one off. And that one and that one. Okay. I'm going to switch the other amplifiers on. Definitely disagree with sitting down. Definitely disagree. There's something just not right with me. Freaking that. Oh. Just pause a few seconds. Okay. All right. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh, fucking piss off. My vision's okay, but blood circulation seems to be not the correct mixture or balance. Oh, it's just hard to say whether it's a side effect from the medication. So, okay, all right, just relax. All right, turn that pink noise on. Unmute. Okay, hear it overhead. Okay. Just have to go through these channels just to see if they're correctly adjusted. Yeah, seems okay there. Seems okay. I'm going to give this a test. I'm going to give this a test with something. Okay. So, what should I take out? Hang on, let's just check this bass management thing. It's okay there. Yeah, everything's set to large. I'm just going to use the optical input on from the other laser display, so I'm going to use the DSU. Not going to turn the CP200 on. Just use the DSU, see how that's going. Should be okay, but it's the other thing I don't like about the DSU. But I'll just see how it goes. I just got to think what title I want to change from Blue Thunder. Change Blue Thunder over to I'll flip through the laser discs and see what I can find. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Alright, see what it's like on that. Laser this. So many things. 1, 2, 3. Okay, go to I go to the VU meters. So I'm only going to use the overheads at the moment, the experimental. Monitor. Save. So the levels on the outputs for the experimental overhead should be on channels on the outputs, channel 25 to channel 30, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Okay, where's the remote? Screen channel on. Turn the fader up. Let's have it. Oh yeah, I think I've got those other channels muted. I've got the yeah, they're muted on the Storm. So I was wondering why am I not getting any? I forgot to because I muted those.
He's been on there for like 18, 20 hours. He can't even walk, let alone hop off the can. I'm gonna have to stick around here and help him.
All right, you better wear this. Yeah. How are we doing on the nitrogen?
Almost there.
Just balance the levels. I don't want the sub on, even though I can turn it on. It's muted on the DCX.
Give you a good second or two before detonation. Got that, Sarge?
I can turn the other channels on, but I'm not using anything to output. I'm not using anything to output there. So on the Storm XT.
Hey,
Monitor.
Yes, Mr. Muscle.
try this one safety. I'll be down later in the collection.
So far seems to be okay.
Yeah, I'll check over here. Well, I'm going this way. I'll go this way. I'll check over here.
It's not too bad. Not too bad. Got Lethal Weapon 2 in again. You know, that laser disc seems to be I don't know, partly last month, or was it when did that arrive? I think it arrived late last month, I think. Yeah, that's like going to these THX cinemas back in the 1980s, you know, when you see these big like 70mm THX sound system. You know, most people wouldn't have a clue what I'm talking about. Oh, way better than the IMAX, way better than these Dolby Atmoses. Oh, high class, high class. Yeah. So if I put that there, hang on. See. Bring that up there, zoom it in a little bit. So it looks a little bit clearer there. Okay, just keep an eye on the output levels. Okay. Wow. Oh, I like that magazine eject. Oh, JBL sound.
Rob?
It's not too bad. A little bit of adjustment there in the timbre matching, or the EQ there. It needs to be a little bit adjusted there. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Need a little adjustment. So I'll probably a little bit more to do here with this theatre mode, because all the theatre modes could have different EQ settings. So I need to just do a little adjustment. But oh yeah, that was not too bad there with the machine gun in the Matrix surround rear, or experimental UCI overhead surround, 1989. Not that I saw Lethal Weapon 2 in Tower Park. I saw it down at the other cinema downtown, the ABC Screen 1. So this is like going Tower Park, or maybe it could be like seeing it at the Odeon in screen number 1 with the in Cinerama screen with the overhead surround. And that was 1969. Oh yeah, reaction. All right, I think I got it on the SA10s on the Logic mode, so I'm going to switch them into bypass mode, so the sound will be out on all the speakers overhead. So it'd be a little bit, the timbre matching or the frequency response is going to be a little bit different now. It's probably going to be a bit louder, or maybe a bit toppy when on the machine gun sound on the top end. But you know, the sound's literally going on 9 speakers. See what that bit there, so it's going to sound a little bit loudish. Let's see how it goes. Maybe turn the screen channel level up a little bit. Wow. Yeah, positioning on the machine guns a little bit because of the when using the bypass, all 3 speakers along the going from height 1, 1, 2, and 3, height number 2, 1, 2, and 3, height number 3, 1, 2, and 3. But it would be a little bit, yeah. If it was playing, oh gosh, I need some, but I would have to offset these what's it? But then the pinpoint positioning would be just slightly shifted. Otherwise, when it's in depending on what mode it's in, it's pinpointable. You know, you don't guess like phantom sound. You know, it's coming from there or there. That's if you know what to listen for. But because yeah, it sounds like it's shifted over a little because it's due to the I've got to readjust the level balance because when it's in bypass mode, the output levels would be a little bit different on the on some of the so it's very but it still works. It still works. Otherwise, I could use a little time delay just to give an illusion, and it will just give appearance to the sound and shift it slightly. But it only has to be a tiny few milliseconds. Doesn't have to be a long millisecond, just tiny. And then it gives the illusion of shifting the sound. Or, you know. So I'll just give that another play. But yeah, it's still, yeah, it's still okay. I could switch off the middle speakers. Well, I can't actually. I've got to turn the levels down because they're running on the, you know, the way they're running on the amplifiers. But like I say, by shifting with a time delay, it's like having oh crikey, too many theatre modes. I'd have to have another theatre mode. Because if I use it in Pro Logic mode, any different, so the time delay would only be set equal on one side of the output level, whether it be the left or whether it be the right side, and the time delay would all be the same equal level. But if using Pro Logic mode with a stereo surround discrete mix, that could skew the logic steering, because the signal levels have all got to be, you know, all got to be equal. They can't be like that, or, you know, scrambled. They got to be equal, and then they play and move and shift within mixing tolerances are a few dB, or I think is the rule. So I'd have to switch the time delay off, you know, but I could add it, you know, manually. I could add it manually, so I'll put that down small there. I'll just let this play. I'll just mute the sound on it. So I'm just going to go back into the back up there. Delay. So left here, right. So there it is. Time delay here, down here. I don't know why processor always mandatorily sets the time delay distance to 4 meters, or how many? My room's not even 4 freaking meters. How many feet is that? Oh no, 13 feet. Is that width or the length? 13, bloody hell, or is that like when you're in the middle and it's like 13 feet? Oh crikey, it's a tiny room. I'm only a few meters away from the blooming speakers. So, oh crikey, it's like you got to type in 0, 0, I think 0 in it, and then add or apply, and then it's like 0. Oh bloody hell! Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, this processor sometimes. 4 bloody meters, and it doesn't really matter. It's not really gonna change anything. All I need to do is just change. So I'm just going to set it back to what was it? Is there a thing there where I can click and sort of undo? Undo. Oh no, I'll just copy that then, huh? Paste it back in here, huh? All I have to do is just change the numbers slightly. Crikey. Everyone think it is like, oh yeah, I'll just save that. Okay, I'll just go down to all I need to do is just play some sound. Mute the stage channel. Unmute. Yeah, I can hear it. It seems like it's like, even though sound is going over the other side, all I do need to do is just change one of these numbers by a few digits, such maybe change that to 28 there. It's only a small value. Change this one. Change this one. Save it. It's a bit difficult, really. You really need some pink noise generated, so I think I'd make the number down here at this end. Maybe change that number there down to 0. Oh no. Maybe 1300. Yeah. Because these are like little decimal numbers. Yeah, for all this bullshit, like people want their home theatre all precise and all that. Yeah, you got to keep an eye on the pink noise where you can't keep doing frequency sweeps over and over and over and over. I think they're just pointless. You just got to do it with pink noise and just listen. But I think they can make this a little bit quicker or whatever. Anyway, I'll save that. See if it's shifted the sound over. No. All right, I'm going to change the other number. I'll change that 13 down to 12. Oh yeah, that's shifted. It's shifted the signal over now. It's not kind of mostly there. It's shifted over, and the bass response it's just slightly changed a little bit, because when you change the time delay numbers, it's shifting. You know, that's why you got to do it with pink noise in real time and have a little bit more than just one microphone. You know, or you got to know how the signals work when they're together. You could do them separately, independent, but you won't see much going on. But when you apply and add a left and the right together, then you can start seeing the signal shifting and moving. You know, it's shifting and moving when you change the values of the time delay. Same sometimes a little bit when you use variable phase, and you just, you know, it's similar to a radio actually, when you do it going through the the frequencies on the radio. If it's on a ham radio or maybe something that's got a dial or such, and you can just squiggle through, or if on my radio, my CB, it's like when it's going through the KC shift, going left or going right, usually in the middle position. It's standardized, providing of course it is on the correct megahertz frequency, because I've not checked it with to see if the radio, it does sound like it is. It's okay. Anyway, it sounds like that sort of thing. Yeah, it's shifted over a bit. I think give it a little bit more. Give it a little bit more. Give it a little bit more. Give it a little bit more there. God, bloody hell. I can't stand this bloody mouse with this bloody Storm Audio. Stay on there. Maybe use my finger. Click on that. Scroll that over. Oh, bloody hell. Touch screen with the Storm Audio is a bit fiddly. I save it. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of shifting the signal a little bit different. That's why I got to go for a bit more longer testing using this. Yeah, but it works. It works. Maybe if I put that there and don't change the other ones, see what that does. See what that does. Oh, it seems like the signal now is a bit in front of me. It's like shifting. It's like it's shifting forward slightly, because that's what time delay. And don't forget standing waves, or when playing with a sine wave tone, because it's usually a little bit, because some say that sound that we hear is kind of made up of sine wave frequencies, only very complex. There's an extreme complexity to it. So it's like playing sine wave tones, and then with certain speakers switched off or muted, and then using the time delay, and then the signal, then it's kind of, moving, kind of goes a bit forward or a bit side to side, or kind of maybe appears like it's coming backwards this way when really it's up front. But it's just, yeah. So where's the if I change that there to 0, go along and then put a 5 there, save it, see what that sounds like. One thing I don't want to do is diminish the low frequencies, because that, when shifting time delay around it can trade off some of the low frequency, like it makes it sound like it's in a null or a dip when it's not. Yeah, it sounds a little bit weak. Like some of the same, it goes like with reversing polarity on one of the channels or such. I'll put that value back there to 0. Usually when you're pressing the tab, oh yeah, there we go. Put that at 0. Save it. Oh yeah, it's got a little bit more bass on it there now. A little bit of on the the frequency's just gone up a little bit. I'm going to set it back to 13. Let's set it all back to paste that in. I can switch it on Pro Logic mode, but it only means the signal goes down the dog channels, dog 1, dog 2, and dog 3. But then, you know, it's a mono matrix signal. So anyway, I'm aware of what's going on. Might be just a little, like, put some pink noise independently through each speaker whilst it's going through, maybe bypass and then going into Pro Logic mode and then double checking levels and such. Or I can just move over a little bit. Quite simple that way. But it does seem like it's a little bit more, you know, so I need a little bit more. Let's see. Chapter's the chapter 12. How goes that down to chapter 0 or chapter 1? Huh. Oh, they don't do them in OSIT chapters on this one, like, you know, it starts chapter 1 on side 1, and then when it goes over to, you know, side 2, it should go on, you know, maybe say chapter 13 or something. No, it just goes chapter 1. You know, the chapters are, yeah. See that some laser discs do differently in the encoding on the, but does it matter? Does it matter? No. Turn that pink fader down. Let's put some pink noise out again. Turn those off. 25. Okay, pink noise on. And 25. Unmute. So that's over to my left, but it's also doing the center or the middle dog number 1. That's like, say, that's why when it's in bypass mode, it basically the SA10 is duplicating the left half, right half configuration, whereas most home theaters are like that. They can't replicate the original Dolby Stereo configuration, and they're only like that with a single speaker on the sidewalls. So it's only like boom, and they can't do that. And like I say, it's a little bit more to that. It's like all these high-end processors and such, and they don't have all the bells and whistles. It's a complete misleading lie by the manufacturers and Dolby laboratories. So, say if some are aware of sonic whole overhead sound, and they want to duplicate that sort of original effect, you got to buy an SA10 or maybe a simple Dolby Pro Logic processor, or maybe even still a Dolby Pro Logic 2X, because the 2X will probably would be a little bit ahead, leaps and bounds, with what it could do with vector steering that is steering signal sound and such, what it can see and what, and says, oh yeah, this signal is encoded with this, etc., and it should go out to these speakers or sound or such. Otherwise, they still generate little bits of say a difference of the left and right main input signal. But generally, basically, you need a matrix signal generated for the overheads, and then the rear back surrounds will be different because it works the same principle like Dolby stereo, only it's turned around this way and upside down and turned up to back to front. It's basically, anyone that knows how Pro Logic, the thing works knows. But to try and really explain it to someone that has not an idea about it, they'll be just keep what you got with your home theater, because it's too technical, and basically it takes quite a bit to set it up and make it work, because you got to have other theater. You got to make sure you can switch to other theater modes and have them function correctly. So it takes a little bit doing to set it up. It's another thing that bothers, which is the input signals to the processor. Because if you could put most of this, what I'm trying to say is, if you can put, so this goes on the input signals on a processor, though there isn't enough channels on the input. You need way more than eight input channels. Because you got to have something like maybe like 16 inputs would be enough, but you wouldn't use up all the 16 inputs. It's a bit complicated. I think Dolby Labs really did mess up when they developed, and I honestly don't know why they made a professional version, which is watered down from the, don't know why they did that. It's baffling, really. But what they did for the home market is even more bizarre, because they really made a mess up completely there. They made a total mess up by bullshitting the public and saying that, Dolby EX is just side wall, and then a mono signal going on the back wall speakers, and then they only have three output channels when it should be 4. So they really made a mess up there. They really made home theater a bloody mess. It's like all these high-end processors and all that, they don't have extra matrix decodering things going on. So that Dolby DSU thing, that only functions and works with a signal that goes in at the front channels, and then it, I'm kind of interested if I try and switch it on. Even though it's on Dolby DSU, it's not really doing anything on the overhead, to be honest, because I didn't add. If I go to the, where is it? Okay. So I'll just stop that pink noise. Go to the, just save it there for a sec. Go to the view. There's the view. There's the map. So in the middle, there's really no overheads that are turned on, even though I'm diverting sound from the side original surround signal, and I'm diverting some of it onto the overheads, and the even the 3D map doesn't show the same. See, even though there are, but the processor, it doesn't know this. That's the funny thing. It doesn't know this. It doesn't know I've applied some speakers and they're actually going to those channel outputs. It doesn't know that. That's strange. So getting a little discomfort up here on my shoulder. Yeah. So everything that everybody thinks they know about all this Trinov and Storm, I'm kind of like back thinking again about the Storm, the Trinov thing. I think the price has got to come down a bit considerable. Otherwise, the only thing I'm looking at is a few features that, well, would I use those features? Would they be any use to me? Because I'm ex-retired projectionist, very retired, and would they be any use? Or would it be just complete waste of time? Because the way I see it, it's just like adding on more things that I could, well, if I had room. That's why they've got all these other functions on a Trinov that Storm Audio doesn't have. It's like the Storm Audio's new AD, is it the ADEC? The chip board that goes on inside the processor. Is it any use to me? It unlocks a few things. It adds 3 extra channels from 32 to 35. I'm looking at the back of the unit. I see so many XLRs. They go to 30, 32, and I'm thinking, where does the extra 3 channels come from? There's something that's everyone's showing. Oh yeah, they get a board and they're not showing everything. If I add it, I'll be showing it with a little bit more detail with a video. Like, this is how it goes, this is the procedure, etc. I've not seen, and this thing has been out now for a few weeks or so, or maybe a month or so. And even on Storm Audio's website, it is thumbs down. It's completely, utterly useless what I'm looking at. And it's like, well, where's this board? They're selling it? Why isn't it on their website? And purchase it, buy it now. It's their website. And sometimes even looking at it, it's complete, utterly useless. They're the main distributor. They send it out to others that are maybe who. I don't like the people in the UK that do the Storm Audio. I can't say I like the. I find the company or the home cinema thing in the UK, Habitech or something. I find it to be intimidating and snobbish. It's like only rich people will go to there and buy because some of the prices are just diabolically, ridiculously expensive. And it's just like aim for the snobs with fancy homes and yachts and fancy bloody watches. Oh, for Pete's sakes. That's what ticks me off. It just turns me off. Thinking rich snobs and all that, they're probably more they probably wouldn't have a clue how this shit works. And they try and then saying you got to be all this end user shit. And what the bloody hell's that crap mean? You know, these processors are no more bloody different than a bloody, oh yeah, CP200 for crying out loud, or a CP750, which is pretty bloody useless, or even an 850, which is even more bloody useless. They do the same rubbish. People want more bloody channels. What, more channels just going around the same common layout in the room? What a total waste. What a total waste. There's no ingenuity, no imagination. Bloody hell, Storm just keep adding more bloody speakers around the bloody bed layer. It's boring. It makes me want to go to bed and get some sleep. They're not adding anything below surround, and Dolby Labs are a complete bunch of donkeys. Oh God, a total waste of time. I tell you, this Laserdisc has got no edge enhancement on it. And it looks, I tell you, it almost puts a 4K disc to bloody shame. Oh dear, it's just a total waste of time. It's like going to a bloody supermarket and yeah. So what year was this filmed in, that location? Because they got pumpkins in that scene, pumpkins. So it had to have been filmed, I don't know, around maybe late September or October. You know, because you know they got pumpkins in this scene. Got some pumpkins on the. So yeah. You know, when you see, you know, a film comes out at a certain release time, and then you see like something that like pumpkins. So they don't have them in stores until at least late September or in October. Well, maybe early October, but yeah, otherwise they kind of go a bit funny, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, that's what ticks me off about all this. Yeah. I see. I'm thinking if I do some reformatting with another theatre mode, I might add more speaker. I might delete this theatre mode, so I'll make a note of all the channel layout numbers, and then add. This is just an idea, and just add some extra number of speakers, and then I've got to put a few more XLR. I think I've only got 2 XLR left on the back of that unit. So I'm using channel 31 and 32. I was going to use them for some of this extra sub bass or whatever. Maybe bass shaker I was going to use it for, but now I'm thinking different. What if I output the same signal from the surround and then apply it on the floor, so it goes to the other speakers? But I'd have to, but the signal would only be going mono. I would have to reconfigure the amplifiers. They would need completely. But I think that's where I run out of channels. Then I'm just thinking ahead a little bit. Because if I had to do them in stereo, and I've got 4 zones on the floor, I've got 4 zones. Although I can condense it down to three zones. So that's 1 in the front, 1 in the middle, and 1 at the back. There's 2 in the middle actually. So there's 1 in the front and 2 in the middle. 2 zones in the middle, different type, and then partly a little bit of the other zone that's in the middle here, which is different. Goes underneath the back row seat, and then the 4th, or the, I don't know, it's complicated. The other zone, the extra zone, is behind the other cinema seats, so it's behind them. Yeah, it'd be a little bit complicated. Unless I use one of those Behringers where I can take, because basically it'd be the same signal. I could plug. Well, that's cool. See, I'd have to trade off something in the rack. Do I trade the CP750 off, or do I trade the DTS 5, CAD 5? Do I trade that off? You know, and then it'll make, well, if I trade either one of these off, that only gives me 2 U-frame of single 1 frame units. And so one of those Behringers could do something, kind of duplicate, so I can get an input signal going into it, and then I can piggyback the signal on the other outputs, and then they'll go to the other amplifiers in stereo. So whether a mono matrix signal goes in the floor surround or stereo, but they are different speakers, and so it's like listening to the pink noise, looking at it on the RTA microphone, blah blah blah, and then sort of thinking, okay, they got this characteristic sound, and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to make some adjustments to the and get the dB level and so forth, and then play a few things to see if it, if I notice it, or bypass some of it, see if I notice it, switch it back on, etc. I need quite a bit of testing, but they're different speakers. I can't have the same speakers, unless of course which I won't. I'm not putting all the other speakers to JBL Control 1. It won't hurt. Actually, things are compatible. It's doable. I could get bundles of Control 1 again. Basically, I would have different surround speaker playback modes. So if I want to use the JBL 8330s, then I can use those. Or if I wanted to use just the JBL Control 1s, I just use the JBL Control 1 array, which would be on the ceiling. They're just mount a few up there and a few there, and that's probably one about that. That's probably a little bit difficult because that light would need to be repositioned. But yeah, I could put one just about there and another one there and there, and then come back to the middle somewhere. It's probably a little bit difficult. So one there, maybe put one there, but maybe there, but no. Yeah, it is a little awkward. I don't think it has to be too precise, you know. Yeah, but it's doable. And then, well, okay. The side walls. Oh, I could put one there, one there, one there, and then go around to the back. Yeah, one there, one there. Yeah, this bit here over here is a bit awkward. Yeah, that position there, that's a bit awkward. A bit over to the other side, that's okay, but this position there is a little bit awkward. Yeah, that's a little bit tricky. Yeah. But if the room wasn't tricky, then it would be doable easily. It would be very doable. Yeah. Actually, when playing side by side the pink noise with a JBL Control 1 to a JBL 8330, you know, there's a tiny trifle difference. Tiny trifle. Until when you get a little bit nitty gritty down into a bit lower frequency range, and then you know that the Control 1 can't tackle, and then the 8330 can tackle it a little bit better. You know, that's when you get a little bit more technical testing. But generally, just listening quick with pink noise, it's like almost just a dB difference or two with the sensitivity or such, or depending on where the highest peak of the frequency is, and that's deemed as, oh yeah, that's the highest sensitivity. Otherwise, you can say like the low frequencies on the sub bass, you know, where's the highest peak in the range, you know, and then that's the highest of its sensitivity range. Of course, you may not like it, and you want to put an EQ there and then widen the Q bandwidth and then bring it down, because the lower, and then when it goes down lower to very low, the sensitivity gets a little less. But put the level up a little bit higher. Can it handle the excursion level? You know, is it going to have issues? Bear, what's wrong? What's wrong, Bear? Yeah, he needs a cat. He needs another soulmate. Yeah. I think it's like anything with sensitivity. If we try and produce a sound, and then observe it on an RTA, and then think, I think that's going into NASA territory now, and it's going to get really technical. I just wondering if my cat Bear would suddenly have the urge to come into the room. He's calling for assistance, room service, biscuits. All right, I'll be there in a moment. We got a bit of delay down here in the kitchen. Room service will be there momentarily. Wait for the auto feeder. I think it feeds you around about 7 o'clock. I think I gotta have a different auto feeder for cats. Something that would respond to the sound of the meow. Because when they meow, that's a sign for room service. So if there was something on the auto feeder that would respond to the meow, it would just, until the cat's like, yep, I'm content. I feel okay now. I'll get a little cat nap. Yeah. Otherwise, it's on a auto sequence every few hours. Yeah, something that would respond to the meow, or maybe something like a camera that could respond to a specific cat movement pattern, and then it just dispenses a few biscuits, and then that cat would be then nibble. You see, yeah, thinking. Something like that. See, I need someone then now to make something that could respond to the cat's meow, or a specific movement, a character in their movement behavior pattern. Yeah. I need to design something. Because I just can't be asked to get out of the seat at the moment. It's when talking, he gets fidgety. Yeah. You all right, Bear? Meow, meow. Oh, he's doing something. What are you doing? Are you rearranging something in there, are you? Yeah, like I say, of all this bullshit Atmos singing, you need speakers in the seats, because the sound always over there. When you hear a voice or something, it depends on what's going on. You hear a voice, sounds like it's coming from over there, but it's something artificial and synthetic and plastic about the bloody whole thing. Or when you hear a phantom voice sound, in a movie, it's very, in earlier days or such, probably Dolby Stereo days sort of thing. It's very uncommon to have a voice panned or mixed into the surrounds, because there's all this bullshit about, people will find it distracting, or that's total bullshit. It's a total load of BS. And then you got all these sound mixers giving it more BS. Really unbelievable. Like all the sound of voices and all dialogue should be all up front. What a load of bollocks. And then, when you get these so-called certain directors and they're forcing the mixers to do this, Otherwise, I think mixers, if they're just generally, I think they just mix just maybe some general load of rubbish aimed for the Marvel fans that probably wouldn't think, oh, yeah, I'm not into that Marvel crap, rubbish. A lot of rubbish woke movies coming out this week. Mission Impossible, not interested. It's interesting where it's showing downtown at the Odeon that it doesn't seem fully like it's booked in on screen number 10, the crappy Atmos. It seems like it plays a little bit in there and then it's playing like, I don't know, it seems very weird. That's what it seems like. It's like maybe they're thinking, oh, it's going to be like the last one, which I've never seen. I just know it was just a load of bollocks. Failed mission. And I just don't care for it anymore. Do not have any care for it. Oh, and they got that bloody hell, that Snow White now. I think that's on freaking Amazon now. Oh, God. Weird. I wonder how many people are going to be interesting. I wonder how much they're selling it for. I mean, you're renting it for. Let me have a look. Gotta have a laugh. Oh, dear. There's no way I'm bloody renting it, I can tell you that. I'm not interested. Weird. Where is it? It was there last night. Maybe they ditched it. Weird. Oh, I can't see it. Maybe it was imagine that. Maybe I was hallucinating it. I still got this Snow White syndrome effect from the Disney. Is it coming soon? I think it's coming soon or something. Or no, those are no. It'd be watch. It'd be right. No. On now. No. Why not just type it in? Yeah, just type it in. Oh dear, Snow White. Ew. Oh, there it is. It says new movie, home premiere. You can rent it for $15.99, daylight robbery. Or you can buy it for $19.99. Actually, that was not a bad year, 1999. $15.99 was, well, there was not much going on in that bloody century. But I'll tell you, this bloody movie looks like it was bloody $15.99 century. No way. £20 to buy that, daylight robbery. You can keep it Bob Iger. Bloody my goodness, what the bloody I can't look at any more of that. Well, they got more of this bloody Snow White here. They got original Snow White. And you can rent it for $3.49. But usually a lot of Disney stuff on here is you can't usually watch it now. You got to either rent it or buy it. I'm not even interested with the original. Couldn't care less. And what's all this other Snow White here? What the bloody hell? Snow White red shoes? What the bloody hell is all this? What are they smoking? Snow White dies? What the? What is all this other stuff there? Flipping heck. Weird. Anyway, get off of that before it melts my mind. My goodness me. Oh. Yeah. So that's the thing, you wouldn't hear much going on. I'm going to switch it to the other aspect ratio on this. That's that one. There we go. Yeah, that's better. When this house goes tumbling, you're looking at all the forward, backwards on the camera motion. Like if the vehicle's driving off, the house is many meters up the hill, many meters. So therefore, a sound of a vehicle driving away, you should have more speakers to create a psychic acoustic illusion of a vehicle slightly lower angle moving away, and then the rest of the sound kind of like up there briefly. That depends on the editing, and then maybe the whole screen speakers used, and and different areas of where things would be making a sound, and then other sounds, so it sounds like the freaking stilt house coming crashing down. And then as he gets out the vehicle and then looks behind, in a synthetic sort of way, the sound then briefly should be coming from behind, but at an angle. Can't just come straight at that angle. It's got to be at that sort of angle somewhere, and gradually it's changing, because that house is really not falling down in slow motion. It's coming down like boom, down in a few seconds. Yeah. So it's like 1 second there. 1, 2. So it's only a couple of seconds. Yeah. And then it cuts back again. So about 2 seconds there, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and maybe 4, and a few more seconds, so you get an illusion. So like you'd be ducking like bloody hell. Sounds like the house is crashing down over you, sort of thing. But they keep all this sound, so it's like it's going on front, and even though it filters out or wherever it's going on in a matrix, Dolby Stereo matrix, or a 6-channel, discrete. Yeah, and then there's other shots where it cuts back to the, you know, so have maybe the sound of fire or flames, you know, because there's flames coming out of it. Why should that all be too much difficult? I mean, for sound mixers, and it should be like, wow, exciting, you know. But if Dolby Labs are going to give them junk, then they're going to mix junk. Even though I think back then, these days, you know, if someone suggested, hey, why not have a little bit of the sound going on this, you know, that way, and then have it going there, you know, because that's roughly what we would sort of hear, maybe. But when you, like, say, if you're actually there and you're facing away from it, so, you know, our ears are directional when they're, like, you know, and when we turn around, the direct, you know, it's like you want to hear sound a little bit more directional with a bit of high frequency lifted up sort of thing. You just put your hands that way. You listen to the pink noise coming from the speakers, and then you hear the sound. Oh yeah. Then you do that, and you think, oh yeah, they sound a little. And you do that, and you just enhance it, just like you do that. You enhance that way. Or if sounds come in from the sides, you don't really need to do that. Well, you can, but just use the mic. You can just, you know, get someone to say, hey, move the speaker this way, that angle, and you can see the RTA just going up and down on the high frequencies. It's simple. It's not rocket science. There's not much really rocket science you can do with all this Atmos rubbish. Atmos world speaker rubbish. Oh, I like roasting it because really it has really been the worst investment. But at least I could do other things with the processor and say, well, jack off Atmos. I'll use the processor for try and use it for something else, you know, which is, well, actually when I had it all running with the Denon, and that was you know, to make all the speakers along the sidewall all sound the same, whereas most home theatres wouldn't even have anything anywhere near that. And all this other bullshit about, like, my room is too small for 7 point or 9 point this and 2 speaker. Oh, what a load of, I don't know what bloody forum they're hanging around on, but I guarantee it's AVS forum or AVF. Poor sausages are hanging around, and they're actually believing the bullshit that someone's telling them. Or you get these insiders lurking around under some bizarre username, you know, because they want to keep this bullshit relevant and not have everyone thinking free mind. It's like, you know, the side surround or the side and back surround array. You know, some dub stages I see it pretty near to the ceiling. Some I see it a little bit lower down on this around the side, but not literally say like halfway. So it's equal distance from the floor to the ceiling. and then you just position them there, because it's a fake sound, you know, and they only offer very, 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 very little. It's only so, you know, so if they would have put, like I say, put speakers in the floor and ceiling, so they're all parallel to each other, and then you can start beaming phantom sounds in between and make it seem like it's like around certain seating position height in the room, like this height here versus the height back there. It's only a few inches, crying out loud, but you balance the sound. It's like taking ordinary stereo 2-channel and flipping it around. So, and then you just play with the balance control, put some pink noise in, and then just use it, and then you'd hear it. But you got to do multiple arrays. You can't cut corners. That's a lot of speakers. And the only problem with in-floor, or even if they're laying on the floor and they're facing upward, they got to be in-floor, so it just keeps the clutter. Otherwise, you're going to be walking over blooming speakers, for crying out loud. Yeah. Anything, any room is going to have dust. It's a pain in the dust ass world. Dust. And it settles. You know, it floats and it settles down, and you just, you know, next thing you're going to have a filter over these speakers. And what speakers do you use? They got to be all the same. So it's got to be something customized, something that you can, okay, pick off the shelf, depending on the budget, something that's capable of handling bandwidth on the frequency response, and has a decent excursion level. And then you just got to fit the complete array. And then, but it's like the amplifiers. Yeah. There's lots of amplifiers out there. Lots of them. There's lots and lots. More than most people know of. They don't have to be all these stupid, snobby ones like Macintosh rubbish. I mean, who owns Macintosh now? I don't know. I think they were acquired by some other company. I mean, you don't have to buy something overrated, because it would just be overkill on the rack space, and you need something that would drive these speakers with the calculations that, okay, they're going to give this amount SPL level frequency response, and then you need an amplifier specifically customized. So can't be any of these cheap Chinese crap bloody things. Or bloody hell, they won't last a bloody day. They wouldn't have the bandwidth for the input. So really, real world sound at the end of the day doesn't cost a penny. But for all this fabricated bullshit, fake, plastic, bloody mixing bullshit, it's got a stupid price tag on it. It's diabolical. That's what most people don't cotton onto. They think that, oh, got a new Storm upgrade. Oh, you get 3 extra channels, and that 3 extra channels costs this amount of money. That's diabolical. That's like adding only 3 extra channels on a bloody CB radio. Huh? What? Everyone's going to be like saying, what the fuck? What are you smoking? You know, when you do an upgrade on a CB, it's usually 40 channels. or maybe 80 or 120. Depends on which way you're going on the radio. Do you want more high band or more low? So you go down a bit lower down into the megahertz range from 20 about 26 meg, and you go right down into 25 meg, or you go a bit high. But if you go a bit high, then you're going to get all the snobby amateurs telling you to fuck off, because you're going up into the 28 and then into the 29 megahertz range. So pretty pointless. And most people only got standard radios of maybe 40 channel mid-band. And so they can't go low band, they can't go high band, and they're only, that's like all these processors, these crappy AV bloody things and cinema Atmos crap. They're like restricted to only a certain amount of channels and not greater. Bloody waste of time, I tell you. It's a bloody laugh. Bloody modification for a CV radio wouldn't cost even £100 a day, just for an extra 40 channels. Less than 100, I guess. Less than 100. If I want my radio to go down to, if I want my Superstar 360 FM to go down to double low, modification would probably cost less than £100, just for a, and then I need the pictures to wires where to solder and connect and fit the board, and then I either put another switch on the radio, or I change out the band mode switch, because the band mode switch is like 1, 2, 3, low, mid, high, and I need another one so it can switch. I don't know, I think they call it poles. So is it a 3-pole switch, 1, 2, 3, and then a 4-pole, or maybe a 5-pole? So I could have a double high, so I can go through the not that this really makes much difference now, because CB-FM radio 27, or what it used to be, is not really what it used to be anymore. There's hardly anyone there now, at least around here. It's pretty quiet. But it's like most other things. My phone is quiet. It's no one calling incoming calls, or I'm not doing any outgoing call, so it's quiet, at least for me, for the phone. For the network system that's out there, it's probably very extremely noisy, crowded. Last I turned the CB radio on was, I think, last week, for maybe about a minute. It didn't take me long just to go through all the bands and all the channels, and it was just noise. No skip, no DXing. Might be, maybe, I think maybe, well, it can pick up at any time. It could, maybe there's some activity on it now. Usually I would check the high band on the upper side band, on the lower channels, 1 through 16, and there might be some European activity. If I go over to mid band, upper side band, start going through, or channel, or maybe AM mid band, channel 5, or is it channel 6? That's usually active with the Yanks. But if it isn't, then there's no skip going around. It's pretty quiet. But there's plenty of activity over that side, and it just ain't carrying across the globe through the ionosphere, or when I say when you take a stone and then you get it at an angle and then you throw it and then it hits the water, bounces. That's skipping, and that's what the atmospherics do. They carry the signal and it starts skipping across the atmosphere, across the ionosphere at the speed of light. Whoosh! Real time. None of this bullshit mobile phone crap. I can tell you that. You don't hear any bloody delay on the CB radio. Of course, depending on the extreme distance, of course, and some, you know. Yeah. I'm going to give him some biscuits. I think I'm going to have my medication. I think I'll have it now. So I'm not eagerly pleased that I can do experimental overhead with the storm, and I think theoretically you could do it with a Trinov. You just add more speakers on the side surrounds, and you just create a theatre. I don't know if they call it a theatre mode or something else on the Trinov. Create another playback mode, and then yeah, but it ain't going to apply to anyone else. I'm just trying to think about how the what actual what am I trying to get to? The schematic diagram of how the Dolby DSU functions with, say, every AV processor that's made, an AVP, Storm, Trinov, JBL synthesis junk. I'm just trying to think, what outputs are they using on those DSUs? What output are they using? If it's my theory that it is like a ProLogic 2X processor that's being used, and they're only using a few of the outputs, just a few, to, you know, so you get the sound basically duplicating on all the speakers. It's just the same signal. There isn't any of this individual movement going on. It's just the same signal going out on the bloody left and the right side on the ceiling. I'm just curious what outputs they're using. Are they using the side surround output or the rear surround output? Because when you listen to how an AV receiver sounds with a ProLogic 2X, and you got a 424 matrix Dolby stereo signal playing into it, and how it's steering the sound with the vector steering, they have certain specific characteristic. You listen to, say, you turn off all the other speakers and you listen to, say, one part of it. Then you play the scene again, whatever it is, music, film. A film is better because a film has got what you call a reference or a visual thing to look at. Whereas with music, it's got no, it's sort of, with music, it's often referred to in the cinema as we call, or as non-sync. It's got nothing synchronized with it, no visual reference in any way. So you switch off the other channel and listen to the other ones, how they sound. And then you notice that they're rejecting certain crosstalk. So you don't get certain bleed through of sound going into the other channel. It's being kind of signal rejected or minimized. That's when you listen that's like when you switch the differences between a Dolby DSU and a DTS Neural X. DTS have got their own philosophy on their matrix decoder, and Dolby have got their own philosophy. And that's what makes them sound slightly different. It's like they're trying to reduce the amount of crosstalk as much as they can. I think there's another processor out there that someone said that might be worth giving a listen to, which was made by Ultra Stereo, and its matrix decoder is just a little bit different to the one used on most Dolby CP processors. The card, I don't know if it's got the same track on the input, input output sort of thing, and then you can pull the card out on the CP, the Cat 150, and then put an ultra stereo card plug into it, and then if it does theoretically, it should have a different sound with trying to do signal, and try and get maybe make it be just a little bit better, sort of thing. So if you add bundles and bundles of cheap, which they are now, very cheap. Some people still probably got them in a loft or in a cupboard somewhere. They've probably only got one receiver. I've got a bundle of Onkios. They're not too bad with the ProLogic 2X, but the damn things are just like very heavy to pick up. My goodness, what the bloody hell have they got inside that bloody thing? I really don't know. I know it's a transformer, but flipping that. You gotta be kidding me. It feels like when I pick those bloody things, it feels like the bloody rectifier on a bloody projector. You need a trolley truck to move the bloody thing around. God, those things are heavy. Yeah. Big, heavy, strong. Try lifting that then. Get it off the floor, 4 inches, and you get £100. They wouldn't even get it off 4 inches. It weighs so freaking heavy. Try bench lifting it then. Oh, freaking heck. You need a trolley truck to move the damn thing around. It's ridiculously heavy. That's why some, with these newer ones, these newer amplifiers, even though I think they were D-class amplifiers, but you need a good transformer such to handle the current. Otherwise, you got something there that's not going to handle it very well, and it's going to be pitiful, isn't it? Yeah, wouldn't be too bad if need someone in electronics that can say, I know where the exact board is located on that. I can rip it out and rip another one out of another and make a hybrid, very lightweight, and it'll be just it won't be amplified because it will all be amplified separately, because then you can do a few other tricks with the outputs. But generally, yeah, if you were just to connect maybe 4 cheap Onkios, that have ProLogic 2X on it, and so you take the output signals from the main processor, connect it to the input, and then you got to figure out where the sound is going to steer, and then where you're going to put the new location on the speakers, just to make it sound a little bit more different than the bog standard boring, and might as well just say in the mortal words of Rachel, weird, you know, just make it sound a little bit more entertaining. Though it doesn't really tickle me much anymore. I'd rather have another cat. But yeah, then you get to think, oh wow, it's doing this. Oh, wow, that's better than what it was before. Bloody hell, it's an upgrade enhancement, which you ain't going to get on any of these processors. They don't offer that. Otherwise, there will be more output channels on the Trinov or the Storm. There'll be more than 32 channels. It would be like, yeah. I got to attend to my cat because he's getting very oh god. I have to say, I don't know if it's the. I'll top up the water bottle. I feel a little bit queasy. I think it's the diabetes. It could very well, and I haven't taken a blood test like they do in the movie The Thing. Get me out of this fucking couch! Oh. Yeah, all right. I'll give you a little biscuit. There you go. Yeah. I got a funny feeling my sugar level might be higher than 10. Just it's not the shit that I drink, you know. I mean, it's just the onboard of, you know. And all I can do is relax and then filter it with water because it will filter through. It just takes many hours. Don't know why, but yeah. Okay. Some vitamin and medication. Oh, that's a new one. Vitamin medication. Huh. You want any medication, Bear? I don't think so. Ugh. It's like in the movie The Thing, the prequel. In The Thing prequel, they have these in one scene. You got these things because they're things, and they seem like they're moving around on the sidewalls or something. And I think panning around through the round the back or somewhere as well as the front. You know, they're just moving things. There might be something a little bit more there. As I say, there might be some extra things. And so when you apply a ProLogic 2X, it might steer you know, because with track layering and manipulating and fabrication of a there, go over there. You're not going near the medication. I think my cat does want some medication. All right. The steering of the sound might have some extra layer of track or steering. There might be, you know, because they're multiples and multiples of layers of tracks all made up. So yeah, it'd be interesting, because I think some of those things should move around on the floor or on the ceiling. It just depends on how you have its ProLogic 2 integrated into the system. And you can do some extra things with it. And the other fancy thing is, because the processor, the AV receiver, has multi-stereo mode, and depending on what film is playing or how the presentation you want it to be, you could switch it into multi-stereo mode, and basically it would just duplicate the signal, and it would just go the same signal on the ceiling, side walls, back wall, the floor. You just have this, and it will, you know, yeah. You try that. That'll sound very interesting. But you gotta really start with what speaker driver. You gotta look at who's supplying, what the price is. The specifications of that speaker have got to be reasonably good. And then, you know, they're going to be very close. And when you add so many and they're going to play all at the same time, SPL level builds up. So you've got to do all the calculating. And you think you might only need an amplifier to do maybe this. Anyway, I mentioned that. But what I didn't mention was that the AV receiver is going to have its own amplifiers on board. So whether you use those or use the RCA outputs on those Onkios and to other amplifiers, otherwise I personally would just stick with the AV receiver and the amplifiers that it's got on, because they're more than enough power to provide. It's just working it all out. And then listening to the movie, or rather watching and listening, and then try and get it all kind of weeded together. So like when you're knitting and you're putting all these different colours and you get it all weeded and uniformly together, yeah, it should sound pretty wow. And you think, why would I want a Storm processor? Why would I want a Trim-off? But like I say, no, I'm not going to say. Just anyway, said enough. Turn that fader up. Oh, I've only got one or so of the speakers turned on overhead. Let's go to the Is it there? Yeah. Turn those on. And those on. That's it. Save it. Wow. Stage one.
I thought you were dying in my arms.
Wow, that beretta. That's got some bass on it. So it needs a little bit more because the levels are all different on the DCX here, on the DCX end to the outputs to the Behringer EP, what they call the EPQ304s. They're going through the SA10s as well, yeah. And the EQs, I've set them all to basically 0, more or less. I think I can just assemble up some of the trade-offs here. Yeah. Those levels are okay. Have I got any filters on the... Oh yeah, just a filter on the HF horns. Just to raise it up a little bit on the high end. And of course I'm using this very unusual crossover slope, which kind of gives it a kind of bass boost without necessarily putting an EQ on it. You can mess around with the crossovers. Mess around the crossovers. Just minute those there. Just play those surrounds again. Just give them a little. Either turn the gain levels up on the amplifier. If I save that, go into the EQ. Be there. So I don't want to add any boost on the low end. I'm going to come out of that EQ there. Either I go to the simple, quick thing to do, I think. I'll just go to the SA10 and I'll just tweak up the bass. I'll just tweak the bass level up a bit. That should work. Oh. What are you doing, Mr. Bear? You're a furry kitty cat. Why don't you go near the window? It's nice and sunny. Trial and error. Trial and error. Okay. I could nudge the levels up on the up a little bit. Just nudge that up just a tiny. And that one there. It's a pretty complicated system. Alright, give that a whirl. See what that's like. Oh. Yeah, that. I think I might try and get that other optical lead, but like I said, I've got. Do I really often use or need the optical lead on the Panasonic? Because either sometimes I want to switch between the HDMI or switch it over to optical. The only difference is with a Trinov, it's just got one extra opt. It's got four optical inputs, whereas the stormaudio only has 3 optical inputs. Obviously not thinking about Laserdisc players, how those would function. I could, if I want to, I could trade off the optical output for the AC3 because I use the optical output because it gets less interference when using the RF demodulator. It gets less interference through turning a light switch on and off or such. It could depend on the the cable and the shielding or such. Otherwise, it's not really much of a big deal. I use a decent cable in any case, so I could plug that back in, and then I can then take the other optical lead and connect it into the PCM output, and that'll go into the and so I would have. I don't really use the other Laserdisc, or have used the other Laserdisc player, the Pioneer 925. I haven't used that one in a year or so. I think it's still the picture, the visual image is still connected into the Denon. I forget which video mode. It's on one of the video mode inputs. So I've got 3 Laserdisc players connected into that Denon, and then the optical leads, the opticals are connected into the. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too bad if the Denon had an optical output, because it's got a few optical inputs, and then I could connect those, and then the output, depending on what video mode, that optical output would go out and then connect into just one input on here. So it's only 1, 2. I think the Denon's only got 2 optical inputs. It's only got 2 opticals. Really is a pain in the ass, really. Yeah. So it's like everyone's got all this high-end shit, and they probably only use maybe 1 or maybe 2 HDMI inputs. It's got like either 7 7 or 8 inputs HDMI to use, and I'm only using really I think at the moment I'm only using 2 HD2, or if not I think maybe 3 HDMI. Yeah, because one's got to be from the computer. Yeah, I'm only using 3. I'm only using 3 at the moment. Yeah, I'll just play this scene again, see what it's like. Oh yeah, a little bit better. If not, I think that was okay. Wow. Yeah, just a teeny touch. If I were to maybe just turn the bass just tiny fraction. Otherwise, oh, that's better. Doesn't sound too weak on the machine gun sound. It's that's not too bad. Huh. Interesting. If I go to the hold on, just to double check and go to the other theater mode on the Storm, and then use the switcher box output thing, just to compare to see if there's any difference in the signaling. It shouldn't really be any difference, unless of course I've got any EQ filters on the side surrounds or whatever, anything that's applied or whatever. But no, the experimental. Wow, this is like being again. This is like being in Tower Park. Probably watching Lethal Weapon 2 in Dolby Stereo A-type. Listen this way. Let's listen this way. So one ear's going that way, the other one's going the other way. Yeah, needs a tiny fraction, a little tiny fraction of frequency adjustment, but otherwise, yeah. How many people listen that way? Everyone's like this way. Yeah, I'm the opposite to everyone. You see, this is why I think beyond the 3 dimension. Yeah, I wouldn't advise myself doing a headstand, not in my condition. But yeah. You know what I can't stand with all these bullshitters when they go on the bloody internet and bloody YouTube, and you got this, what was it this week? More of Anthony Grimani, acoustic and this, that. Oh, I wonder how much he charges. Whatever it is, it's not going to be cheap. I think, I don't know, is he using a lot of what he's learned from years ago and just applying it with just a little difference to... There's not much real difference when you think of it. All this bullshit talk about bloody Atmos and all this bullshit. Oh God, it's a lot of brainwashing bullshit, most of it. Like using these amplifiers and all this Dante connecting shit, really, just to get lower signal to noise ratio. So, you know, so if the signal noise ratio is at its lowest to our hearing, you know, it's way down here. It's like minus, well, no, it's like, not minus, because, you know, you got 0 and then you're going down 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 120. Oh, for crying out. How many people listen to that level? I mean, not, you know, you look up for any noise that's going on down there and it's like, it's pretty quiet. You know, you put it on test equipment and you think, oh, crikey, that's quiet. But once it connects into XLR, into another piece of equipment, amplifier, and then you got to measure it again just to see what the output level is on that amplifier, because you measure the processor and it's extremely down here, quiet. I mean, it's more quiet than the flipping CB radio, flipping that radio, flipping that. You got noise up here, for crying out loud. You got a lot of noise in that atmosphere. You got a lot of noise in that going on. And tell me about signal to noise ratio. Even though the radio, it's specs, it's got to have a specific, you know, specification. But do I hear the amplifier hiss? I've been hearing a weird hiss, but that's some sort of glitchy malfunctions that's going on with the Crown amplifier. That's why I think Crowns suck. They suck goose balls. They do. Push comes to shove, I'll just pull the bloody lot out and just put in Behringers. So not had too many snag issues, huh? And yeah, as for cinema and sub bass in cinema, oh yeah, I've heard hiss coming from the sub bass speaker. That's because it doesn't go through a passive filter, or how it's set up from the processor to the amplifier, and then measuring the signal to noise ratio on, say, what would it be? I think a Dolby CP500. It's measuring the signal to noise ratio. Because there's only a few things to connect on that processor to an amplifier. It's the ground and the positive. So it's not ground, positive and negative. It's just two connections. So you're going to get a little trickle of noise, but I don't know how far down it is or how high up it is, you know. And then, but if you hear any sort of hiss, which you can on most equipment, you just monitor the frequency. Where roughly is that noise? And then you see it. And you think, well, it's way up here. But it's audible because the gain level turned up on the, you know, speaker or such, and depending on what it is, you either get some better capacitors or such, because that noise is only capacitors. It's generating that noise. But if it comes to me, I'll just put a few basic EQ filters and then just cut the gain level down, and then you don't notice the hiss. Or alternative is a passive crossover filter, and it filters off that noise because it's way up here, and you're only listening to lows that are way down here, and you don't hear it unless, of course, it's a humming sound, in which case it's a ground lead. Got a little irritation on my ear. Oh. 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 It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's just a little on the irritation. So you just use a filter. Just a filter, check. Use this test equipment, and I don't need to check the barrel. I don't need to check the storm to to know already that signal noise ratios are below 100 dB. Most other equipment I probably got would probably have a signal noise maybe 80. It's going to generate a little hiss, and you think, why me in a digital bullshit world? Why these things coming from high-end manufacturers, and they got this freaking, why didn't they put better grade capacitors and just get that signal noise ratio right down there? It should be like astronomy. Even with us radio astronomy, I think they have to have extremely good signal to noise ratio specifications, because they're listening for ET. They got to have it so it's so filtered and so you doesn't pick up any stray noises. Because they're only listening for ET, phone home. Oh. So everything's got signal. Even video signals have got signal noise ratios. I don't know much about it, but even they got things going on, and you think, if someone had to explain it to me, and I'll say it's probably a certain capacitor with connection with a certain component, and it's got this artifact. If it were changed, which is quite simple, if they say, it will improve it. Yeah, this color banding noise, that sort of thing. I didn't know it. It's been around for a long time. It's probably improved on, but when it gets to this bloody home cinema crap, to what it is today, flipping out, that annoying artifact that I often see is like, what part of the circuitry is generating it? And often is it the encoding of a signal? Even though if we look at certain objects, certain light levels, and then we close our eyes, we can see an imprint, like a negative on a 35mm film. You don't see it too much in color detail. You just see like a kind of superimposed polarized image sort of thing, until it gradually fades. All this shit just to watch a bloody movie. Well, woke movies now. Woke. Friends asked the other day, said, "You got any good movies at the moment?" I didn't really care much to talk about it. And they said, "What do you think of?" I just said a load of rubbish and a load of woke. Don't really care for them. So it's like, I think home cinema as it is at the moment, I think home cinema is heading this way. It ain't going that way. It's going down this way. Not many people care about home cinema. You see, when you type in home theatre or home cinema on YouTube, you get a lot of this bullshit showing up. You get a few of the, that's because if they put a tag on their video, like home theatre, home cinema, and you see one of the usuals, but most of it is just a load of utter rubbish. Home cinema's going down. All these people saying they got all this ultimate that, load of bullshit. And I look at the video and I think, the moment I start seeing pictures of someone's home theatre with speakers in front of a projection screen, I just turn the video off. I've got no interest in watching something. And they got a bigger room, bigger home, bigger lifestyle, and that's the best home theatre they got. Oh, crying out. They're obviously hanging around on AVS forum. Oh dear. And all this budget shit, budget nonsense. They're hanging around home theatre crap, most of it. You know, you only need a receiver, and then you want to then start looking around on eBay for ex-used JBL professional cinema speakers that are often bloody cheaper than the bloody rubbish that is sold on the bloody home theatre bloody sites. JTR, I wouldn't touch JTR with a barge pole. Not if it was even second hand. I'm sure they're okay speakers, but they don't use them on dub stages. They don't use them in cinemas. But then at the end of the day, what do they actually sound like? Putting one thing next to side by side. What do they actually sound like? You know? Otherwise, what's the big deal? It doesn't have to be really, because cinema speakers. Not really. It's just as long as you've got that HF horn separate out of a box so that you can position and move it. Otherwise, those JTR speakers, the horn is fitted in the cabinet. So you either, if you've got issues with the left and right, you know, you've got the speakers all laid out at the same height level, you might have issues with the HF horn where it's typically where it might be positioned and it's not giving the highest output, even though it's spreading the sound out on axis. Bush, that's where it is. And it needs to be up there a little bit, and then tilt it down until it beams the sound. And then some of the sound is going to go to the ceiling, some of it down to the floor, reflection and sidewall reflection. Or it's been designed so that it minimizes that factor of reflection. And then you aim the left and right, and so that, you know, you get the most sound directed over the seating area. Otherwise, you've got to tilt those bloody speakers. I've had JBLs like that, and I got so frustrated with JBL Control 12 SRs because I could have put some wood in place of where the HF horn is and take the HF horn out and put it on top of the speaker, and then I can orientate and aim the position of the HF. That's how it's done that's how it's been done for decades. And I mean decades, and I mean 1960s, 50s. They've all been separate. Different speakers, obviously, back, you know, to what they are now. The principle's still the same, but yeah, bass cab and then the HF horn, and then you can orientate its position. Otherwise, I'd be very alarmed, you know, some big ass speakers behind the screen, and they're tilted, and you've got to make sure they don't fall over and come not exactly ripping through the screen. They wouldn't do that. They'll probably push the screen a little bit and maybe push the whole bloody projection screen crashing down in front of the room, which is what you don't want to see. Yeah, but there is a load of rubbish on YouTube now. Home cinema, home theatre's going down. And I think it's probably the fault of the woke that's been going around for 10 years or so now, 10 or 15 years. It's going to be been circulating around now. It's the woke of the Hollywood that are, you know, even though they make crap box office on some of these crap movies that no one really cares to watch twice. I mean, have I played Gravity recently? That's high on the marks, isn't it, with the mix? Though it could have been a little bit more better if it had used a discrete below surround. It could have been a lot better. But it's still way better than some of the crap Marvel crap movies. My goodness. I just cringe at some of the YouTubers, and when they do, I'll be doing a review on this movie, I'll be doing a review on this, and you know, fool me once, fool me twice, shame on you. Yeah, so don't buy any more of that. Not interested. Couldn't care less about fucking Lethal Weapon movies on 4K. What am I going to be listening to on the overhead? A little bit of sound that's taken from the other channels, and they kind of filter it a little bit and then just stick it up there just for the sake of selling an old movie. As long as it's got branded Atmos, they think it's legally a legitimate Atmos mix, when it isn't. It's basically an illegal mix. It's bullshitting. It should be like the paying public should be taking the film studio to court and suing them for bullshitting and lying under the Fair Trading Act. Under the Fair Trading Act. What they're doing is bullshit. That's not fair trading. That's bullshitting. I know when I hear a legit to something that's been, crikey, would they spend a bloody week on doing that? Or a couple of days? Just so that the studio is greedy, just so they want to make a little bit extra, but they're not going to make a big, they're only going to make a small amount on the sales. Most people are cottoned onto this now and know that. Don't buy because I don't trust the reviewers. They're bullshitting, and most reviewers are inexperienced in how films are mixed. They're just totally inexperienced. That Twister crap on 4K, wasted fucking time it was. Unbelievable. Mooing a cow just a few extra times, and what? Again, you wouldn't hear that fucking cow on the inside of a vehicle. With the bloody noise of wind on the outside, you wouldn't hear a cow going moo or circling around a vehicle that's at least 40, 50, or maybe 60 feet away from the vehicle. Bullshit. You wouldn't hear it. You'd see it, but you wouldn't hear it. Unless you wound the windows down, stuck your head out, then you're just going to get a load of whooshy wind blowing in your ear canal. And you think, I could hear a sound. It wouldn't be like a moo like that. It'd be like a tiny like moo that's so bloody tiny, just like what I was hearing when on my friend's boat, and they're in front, I'm at the back, and there's only probably about a distance of maybe 8 foot, maybe about 8 foot, and it just, their voices don't appear to have, I can't hear the bass much in their voice because the bloody engine going and they're talking at this modulation level. It figures, doesn't it? Frequency masking effect. You got to yell. Personally, I honestly don't know why I didn't put my earplugs in, because not that I was listening to a lot of it. It didn't seem to hurt my ears, but if I would have put it on an SBL meter, because it's nothing that's, smoothly varying, and it's constant. Must have been at least probably 90 plus, 90 plus. And as it goes a little bit, it probably get near to 100. And that's only on the frequency, that, because you measure the frequency response on the, the boat engine with microphone and RTA, you measure the frequency response. Those bigger boats have a lot more tonnage, but they got bigger engines, and then they might sound different. So if you were to put those engines on one of these small boats, freaking that boat would be going like wham! What the bloody hell was that I just saw? A little bit too much horsepower, I think. Yeah. So as the higher as it goes, the pitch of the frequency. And what is the highest? It's like listening to a vacuum cleaner. Vacuum cleaners have different SBL frequency response. And it's like, I want a vacuum cleaner that's a little bit quiet, that's got good suction and low on the SBL level. But what most people don't take into account is the frequency response. That still applies, because it's like, I had one vacuum cleaner, ditched it. That thing went up to at least 100. I think it was well over 100 dB, and it was mostly peaking, I think around 400 hertz. And it was just, even with earplugs in, it just disorientated me. I couldn't do any vacuum cleaning with it. It just made me feel dizzy. So again, it's like high SBL frequencies can, yes, make us feel nauseating, dizzy, whatever. You can't just think, oh yeah, I could tolerate it. You got, bloody hell. Oh, and I had to get another vacuum cleaner that was around 85 or so dB, which I got present. And I compared the two frequency responses on the vacuum cleaners and the SBL levels and such. But I still wouldn't mind if they got another spec, or you look at the vacuum cleaner and you think, how can I modify it and dampen down or reduce, because some of the frequencies might be resident frequency, and they're creating, resident frequencies that are, and it's how you design it to get it, so you got the most maximum suction, but lower SBL, lower frequency response. It's doable. It's all there. It's all doable. It's just the manufacturers don't post frequency responses, just SBL levels. That doesn't tell me anything. It's like an SBL level on a projector. They say it's got an SBL level of 30 dB, but they don't provide a a full specification on the frequency response. I got to do it myself. And then I measure it and think, oh, right, it's got this characteristic frequency response. It's like the air conditioner. That's got a specific characteristic on the frequency response. You don't measure with a microphone pointing at the airflow. Of course, if you want to, because the airflow, depending on whether it's coming into your direction, and you want to take several measurements, one where it's aiming direct and the other one where it's off axis. So if I were to move around the side of it, it's going to sound different. It would have a humming sound with a blowing sound. When you get in front of it, you just get all this wind blowing in your, just the same when you go on a boat and you're on the outside, or go on a top deck on a bus, or you put your head out the window of a car. You just got a rush of air going down and making a load of noise. That's what you don't get in all that crappy Ford versus Ferrari. That's the most crap bloody movie, a worthless piece of trash I ever bought. One of most. Doesn't sound like a vehicle to me. No, doesn't sound like being in a vehicle. And the last time I was in a vehicle was only a few days ago. And a lot of that sound that often you hear moving around in the vehicle was coming from the front and the rear wheel suspension, and it resonates into the vehicle, boom, 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 yeah, and creates that sound. You don't get any of that shit with these Atmos mixes. It's the opposite, and it doesn't sound even near or close to what, and they got dialogue so damn ridiculous clear, because otherwise in a vehicle sometimes it's like it's got a certain frequency characteristic, and they just don't put that in movies. There's just complete bullshit, complete utter bullshit. I think the worst bloody movie is the movie Speed. That's a load of rubbish, garbage, trash. Doesn't even sound or feel like a bloody coach to me, or a bus. Sounds like some crap mixed on some overrated crapping dubbing stage with some overrated sound editors and some overrated re-recording mixers and an overrated rubbish director. That's what it sounds like to me. Overrated rubbish. I don't even bother playing that movie anymore. It's a waste of my fucking time. It's like trying to get blood out of a fucking stone. Seriously, you can't get much out of it. And when you try to, it doesn't even sound accurate. Now, if you think, okay, the restraints of what they got, they would have to put on additional things to a cinema system, or the dub stage and the dub stage where it's manufactured at, to get a little bit, so you got the editing, and even I think some of the editing sometimes on that movie is a load of rubbish. When you got rubbish editing and you think, fuck it hell, you got to cut sound to that. You think, fucking hell. It's like watching some crappy movie trailer where it's jumping this scene to that scene, this scene, that scene, that. What? We don't see things like that in reality. Are you kidding me? Some of these movies, they're stat like George Lucas and all his bullshit. Oh, please. Fucking X-Wing, that TIE Fighter, Millennium Falcon, X-Wing, oh, hell. What is he smoking? Yeah, bloody hell. Got to look at what we're looking at today, and it's like when they talk on telephones, like in this thing, in Lethal Weapon.
Just calm down. Just take it easy. We'll take care of it. Rick, slow down now. Who are you talking about? Where are you? She's dead, Roger. She's dead. Riggs.
He's got the phone to his ear like that. You wouldn't even hear. You wouldn't hear that unless that bloody when you put that close to your ear like that, it would have to be doing something like over 100 dB, because I can see how close the camera is and all that. But they always do it. You wouldn't even hear it, not unless you pull the thing away from the ear, and you'd hear that very narrow frequency. When you put a little closer, your ear is coupled, and so it sounds like you're hearing like a frequency range 100 hertz to about 8 kilohertz. I think it's about typical on might be on one of those telephones, I think. But, it sounds like he's got it on, like the loudspeaker on the telephones. I'll just switch it to loudspeaker, Riggs, so everybody else can hear it.
You are missing a poker game tonight. I was feeling real lucky, huh?
Okay, so what I see are not.
You always listen to the same, similar. Sometimes you hear the same sound effect used in another movie. Same, because they got bundles and bundles and bundles of these telephone sounds. It's like, which one should we use? But is it the legit sound for the type of phone? If it made a kind of ding ding sound, and you see someone and you think, what the fuck? That's the wrong sound effect for the. You could throw that in for a gag. Or maybe a mobile phone sound today, and it'd be like, it must be one of those early smartphones that they made in the 20th century. Back then they still had either push button or the dial. I miss those dial ones. My goodness. You can still get them today, but yeah, the system today is a little bit different. Generally, it's just the evolution of a phone that's just gone through different stages of, because it's still the same, talk here, listen here. Or, sorry, wrong number. Yeah. It's the same shit. But at least they get these Doppler sounds, today in films. So when something's moving or something, you get the Doppler shift sound. Whereas in the early days, they didn't have that applied. It was the vehicle had a very static sound. It didn't sound like like a vehicle, but it didn't sound like it was moving because it didn't have the account of taking in the Doppler sound effect. And now with all this bullshit Atmos, you'd think, a vehicle moving in a room, really? Is it slowed down a little bit on the sound editing slightly? Because if a vehicle was moving at 30 miles an hour from the front of the room to the back, that's 30 miles is pretty fast. It may not seem like it, but it will be pretty fast. And I don't think anyone's put an actual car on a dubbing stage and drove it from the front and then into the back wall or whatever, or build something that would be in, say, a hangar. A hangar is going to be very reflective, so it have to be completely, utterly absorbed everywhere, absorbed, and then carpet on the floor as such. So it have to be absolutely dampened, so it won't make that, and then drive a car through it. So you're sat in one position and you have a car going past. What does it actually sound like within that hangar that's been absorbed? Put a car on the outside and you sit in a position, car's coming down and then goes past. But you don't react to turning around, try and keep very still. So, and just focus on the sound, unless, of course, do repeat tests. So it comes down again and then you track it. And then how that appears, hearing it psychoacoustically, as well as, well, any houses or buildings that are nearby. The sound is coming out from that vehicle and it's going to go and hit a walls at different angles and such, and it's going to reflect different sounds. So you're going to get a kind of a first sound, a second, and a third, unless, of course, it's somewhere maybe out in a desert somewhere on a road that's probably very flat, not very many dunes or anything, so it's pretty relatively flat, and you do a listening there on a warmish day. And you could do one on a cool day, a colder day, or winter, because the temperatures with sound would change. They have a different texture in the frequency. So you do multitudes of microphones laid out to capture literally every bit of fragment movement of that vehicle as it's coming along. Otherwise, what's all the point of this Atmos crap? Huh? I'm just listening to hotspot sound from bloody bullshitting load of bloody sound editors, re-recording mixers, Dolby Labs bullshit, and I'm just listening to a load of hotspot sound, and there's no real immersiveness. What about submersive? If it was immersive, it's going to be completely, utterly uniform. None of this stupid luxury bullshit, high-priced bullshit anymore. Dirt fucking cheap. High quality, obviously, but dirt fucking cheap. There's no need for this stupid high-end, it's aimed for the snobs, it's aimed for the rich people. They don't give a shit. They just want to be fucking seen at a fucking cinema with their fucking friends and showing off their fucking high-end fucking snobby fucking mobile phone or their fucking watches, or what fucking high-end fucking clothing they fucking buy and fucking wearing. I don't give a shit about any of that shit. They don't give a shit. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking home cinema. Fucking going down. It's going down. Just question is, when it hits the bottom and that's it, no one gives a damn about it anymore. Bloody all these bloody sound bars everywhere. They should be thrown into sound bars. Should be thrown into the skip. All these center channel speakers, they should be thrown into the skip. Waste of time. Well, mind you, you could use those speakers for surround speakers. But then argue it. You know? You go to a crappy IMAX. Oh, it's the best film, it's the best sound ever. Yeah, right, sure it is. Why did they use laser guidance and shit on a IMAX? The laser what? Don't need lasers. I haven't used a laser now on aligning or checking anything in this room. I haven't used the laser. Oh yeah, I just use my eyes and my ears and just use the, you know. There's not much I could do with fucking speakers that are anchored to the bloody, you know, I can't position them. Now that's the thing. Because the bass is omnidirectional to a certain frequency, that is. And then as it goes through that frequency range, then it starts becoming directional. Yeah. But if I have a random balloon, and pop it, and then move it to this position over it, pop it, it's going to make a sound in different three-dimensional areas. Put it a little bit higher up, pop it, push, makes a sound, or whatever. And it's only a couple of it's only a brief few milliseconds. Yeah. So I'm getting a little bit bored with this now. I'm going to get a little bit bored. So I've got the processor that, it could do that. It could do that now. So I think I could probably let it do a little bit of maybe something extra when I can be bothered or asked to either revamp the amplifiers in the kitchen for the surrounds. And then I can do just a little bit extra. Otherwise, the matrix below only gets often used. Well, it can still be used with stereo surrounds. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be Atmos crap rubbish playing. Just depends on what's going on, and there's a few other things I can probably you know, you just got to know how things work, which is simple, and then just think how to make it a little bit different. See if it's possible to do. If it's possible to do that, then okay, give it a whirl. You know, at least it'll be making the movie less fucking boring. It might make Marvel movies sound better. Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that don't like this Marvel rubbish now. Disney. Yeah. It's a Disney mix. Oh no. This still sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, that's the trouble with speakers. They're in fixed positions. They don't do much. Bloody hell. Do they bear? They don't move around, do they? Oh, I actually got a speaker literally standing next to one speaker and another and another. And then you make the sound actually move from one point to the other. Not moving from one speaker over to the next, which is maybe several feet or maybe a few meters distance between. That's not how it works, is it there? Oh, yeah. Oh, unbelievable. I think this just needs a little bit just a little shift in the vertical. And just take it up a little bit there. I'm sure if it needs shifting actually there. I don't know. Down, so somewhere like that.
Riggs, yeah. I can't see shit.
Yeah, me either. What is this shit?
Got a light?
Yeah. It's gotta be Rudd's, whatever it is.
Light?
Yeah. It's gotta be Rudd's, whatever it is.
Still can't see shit. Still can't see shit. You got something?
I don't know. It's in the car. Holy shit, Fort Knox.
Hell, how much is it? Thousands. Fucking millions. Billions. Fucking Donald Trump model. Billions. Billions. Fucking billions. Billions. Fucking Donald Trump model. Millions. Billions. Fucking Donald Trump model. Look at this. These are $1,000 bills. What I'm holding in my hand, I can put all three of my kids to college.
Why don't you take it?
Drug money.
So what? Do something good with it. Rudd's not gonna need it. Know where he's going.
What are you? That's it.
Load the container. The next time the sun hits their bodies, they'll be in Cape Town.
Hey, this ain't what you sure as hell is. What are they gonna do now?
I don't know.
Hey, this ain't what you sure as hell is. What are they gonna do now?
I don't know.
I got an idea of a shootout way out.
No, don't do.
Sure as hell is. What are they gonna do now?
I don't know.
Hey, this ain't what you sure as hell is. What are they gonna do now?
I don't know.
I got got an idea to shoot our way out.
No, don't do that. I got a better idea.
I got an idea to shoot our way out.
No, don't do that. I got a better idea. No, don't do that. I got a better idea.
Holy shit. You go first. I'm really too old.
No, you go first. I'll cover you.
Holy shit. You go first. I'm really too old.
No, you go first. I'll cover you.
Roll.
No, you go first. I'll cover you. Well, I'm going this way.
I'll go this way. I'll check out of here, huh?
Well, I'm going this way.
I'll go this way. I'll check over here. I'll get the hell out of here, huh?
Well, I'm going this way.
I'll go this way. I'll check over here.
Just before the machines. Turn off the front one. Let's turn off the front. Let's mute that. Where's the? Is it there? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Channel would it be? That channel there. Go into it, turn off. And that one. Save it. Okay, play it. Yeah, huh? Okay. Okay, I can hear that. Okay, what shall I see? What if I put this back on and put delay, put a delay on here and here. Or no, change the shorten it. draw that down to there. Shorten this one to there. Say it, play it. Let's mute those. Play that back. Mute those. Okay, that's right behind me. Okay. Turn those off. Put that one on. Put the middle ones on. The fronts on there. Those on. What we got there? 1, 2. That 1 meter, I'll say. Probably near the 4. Probably near to 4 that. So let's see. Turn it down to 8. Turn that one down to 8. Save. Up a little bit there. Okay. Put that one on. That one on. Save it. So I'm trying to figure this out. So what if I put the same value? Let's change that there to 8 and that one there to 8, 8, 8, 8, not 9, 8. Okay, save it. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Roger. Roger.
What's the trust in you, Leo?
All right, let's go. That's an interesting time delay. It's just tricking and fooling the ear into thinking what it wants to believe or what I want to believe. That's an interesting time delay there. Different there. So it's the same time delay up there, same at the back, but leave the one in the middle different. Yeah.
All right. Take my car, drive yourself back to the police station, and wait there for the federal marshal. You are Miss.
Okay. So, okay. Here I go. Started this shit with that.
So what'd you come in? You get in Rudd's office? Oh yeah, I got up there. It wasn't long before Aaron Crud and his brown shirt turned up, but I managed to rip this off a patent at this. Yeah. What's that? Alba Martin Thursday.
Isn't that the name of Hitler's girlfriend?
It's Eva Braun.
He's got a day with her on birthday.
Yeah, name sounds familiar. Alba Martin.
Hey, there's a deli. Pull over. Let's eat. Don't starve.
Hey.
Come on, I'll spring.
You spring? Oh shit, let's get over. Sounds good to me. My head is like you. Yeah, I'll get
Okay.
I'll get on the
Okay. No cars are coming. No cars are coming.
I'll get on the
Okay. No cars are coming.
Forsted?
Yeah.
It's interesting, the vacuum cleaner in Lethal Weapon 2. It's got to be a very quiet vacuum cleaner. I mean, it sounds like that. You got I could take the dialogue level, or not the dialogue, I could take the fader level up a little bit, and so dialogue sounds like cinematic for the size of the room, that is. On proper cinematic speakers, but still the vacuum, versus the dialogue levels like that, and the vacuum cleaners like that. Usually it's the opposite. It's usually maybe vacuum cleaner might be that, and you have to be yelling, raising your voice up a little bit loud. You know what I mean? So you listen to Lethal Weapon 2 next time, and you listen to the vacuum cleaner in the scene. It's like bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's what I want a vacuum cleaner to sound like. I want it to sound, to have great suction. I want it to sound like that. Not like that. Oh, yeah. They probably got one of those Dyson vacuum cleaners in the movie. That's probably what it is.
That policeman.
Yeah.
Forsted?
Yeah.
That policeman.
All the other bloody loud sound effects in the movie are like that. And you got a bloody vacuum cleaner that sounds like this. Freaking out. That's the world's quietest, softest vacuum cleaner. But does it suck very good? That's the thing. Probably sucks lousy. It's probably, God, look at all that fruit and veg. I'll tell you, those motherfuckers that are fucking
That policeman.
Those motherfuckers that got into the system, didn't they? Bloody food grocery, all the bloody food chains, or some of them in the UK. Fucking hell, you can't get any fucking normal. Fucking, you got to wait until they got the circulation going around with the deliveries to the stores. And I go down the road and I want to take a look because I usually get it delivered. And I go in there and I think, bloody hell, where the bloody hell's all the vegetables? Crikey, where's all the regular milk they usually have? Flipping that, it's not. Well, flipping that, they got a couple of yogurts left. I only got 2. Probably someone else got the other 2. The other, maybe the same day or the next day. But flipping that, they were like, damn. Fucking hell, you get all your deliveries. Bloody hell, you got to go to another supplier. Fucking arseholes they are, really. They need to put their foot up the arse. But someone's done that sort of. Fucking hell, I can't even get fresh, organic broccoli. I got to get it frozen. And how long are they going to have that until they're out of supply? They say they're going to be back to normal this weekend, which I don't think will be. Probably take a couple of weeks until it stabilizes. They need to keep their fucking motherfuckers that done that. I mean, go after the bloody the snobs for the bloody Harrods or wherever the bloody hell it was. Yeah, go after the snobs, not the regular stores for common people. Come on, that's not on. That is not on. Fucking hell, look at all the fucking vegetables in this movie. Fucking hell. Yeah, maybe if I go down to, maybe I'll go to another store, get another delivery. Flipping that. I mean, flipping eggs. Come on. Eggs are everywhere else. No real problems with eggs here in the UK, but I'm wondering if it could be something to do with all this Donald Trump fucking nonsense. God, I can't stand that guy. I really hate him. Fucking hell. You got Starmer, Trump, fucking hell. ST. Shit trouble. That's what bloody got for bloody 4 years. Oh. Stinking trouble. Fuck yeah. Never know a fucking decade like it. Oh well. Bite the tongue. You gotta bite the tongue. Yeah, it's gradually getting near to the end of the year, I mean, actually, so far it seems like only a few weeks. I mean, it's been several months, but it seems like it's only been a few weeks. You gotta like that. They live, They say sleep, or is it stay awake? Or wear the special sunglasses. I think sleep a lot, and then you just wake up from this. It'd be like, oh, there's someone in. Maybe not a worse muppet like the other ones, but it's a little bit normalized. Everything's kind of normalized now. Yeah. What the blazes is going on? Yeah, you can even see the earth is curved with this movie, Lethal Weapon 2. You can even see the horizon. I could put a laser a straight laser beam on that there, and that I can see there's a curve in the there's a curvature. See? It's probably a. I don't think it's no. They're not using a fisheye lens on that scene. It's not a fisheye lens. So it's yeah.
Real lucky, huh? Riggs, check it out. The Albemarle is a cargo ship, not a woman. The port authority said that the Albemarle arrived today and heads out tomorrow to South Africa. Right there.
Sound of that foghorn there. Wow. Not sure if there's a little bit of exaggeration in the playback level there, but or well, harbour horn. So I don't think they got any fog round there, maybe. Or harbour horn. Well, that's got a very unusual psychoacoustic. What's going on there? The Dolby stereo. What's the meter levels look like? Where's the meter levels? Interesting, that. Interesting.
Runs, whatever it is. Money. Sure as hell is.
Baton back! Go!
Hey, this thing's moving. You sure as
Cape Town.
a lot of the mechanical sound of that moving around would be with, I don't know, because I'd have to have another look at the outside to where it's hinged, connected to the crane, and then have a think on what mostly would be, because it's only resonating and moving, and then of course there's the tilting and by motion there, which is something I don't know. I guess it's possible to create it in a bass range, but it would have to be very probably something like infrasonic, some sort of movement, some very unusual detection and sensing in the movement. But would it make the floor move? No, I don't think so really. But create something that would give an unease. Because I think there's something there. There's something there in the Dolby Stereo and probably the discrete mix. It does sound interesting on the experimental. If I put a bit more speakers on the ceiling, yeah, put more or less to a. It wouldn't be like sonic hole overhead sound, because that's a matrix rear signal that's being fed into the speakers on the ceiling, and the center output is going on the onto the rear back of the wall. I don't know. I don't know about a digital input with. So you've got a digital input on the. Could I have that circuit card board? I don't know if that can be converted. So you got, how many is it? 8, 16? I forgot how many channels is it. I forgot how many channels on that input thing is. Then you can have signals going, analog signals going into it and then convert the signal so it comes out on the XLRs. So I could put a 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me go through that again. So 2 signals, stereo there, discrete. Speakers really got to be all close together. Speakers there and speakers there just doesn't, that's old technique. It's old hat. It minimizes the comb, so everything's close together, rather than spaced apart. And then when it's going from one to the other, it's hovering in between. It's hot, depending on what it is. try a bit of Raiders. Yeah, I'll try a bit of Raiders, see what that's like. Oh, oh. Yeah. See what it's like on Raider.
Stop. Stay out of the light. Out of the light. Stay out of the light.
Wow.
You know what? Robbie.
So a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird there. Just trying to think if there is some interference going on with that. Let's just... Yeah, there is still some sort of cross. Even though there's no speakers actually assigned for overhead, and the speakers are coming from the side threat, there is still some sort of something going on. I don't think it is. I'm going to switch the CP200 on. and do a, because I noticed something in Raiders that was a little bit different. I think it's working. It works, but it's not really doing what I want it really to do. So. So I noticed the sound. I noticed something that was kind of missing. And of course I switched to that aura, and but it shouldn't be. But I think the signal is still somehow getting overridden.
This site also demonstrates.
So I've got to switch the. I've got to switch this over to the other player. Yeah. And go. Yeah, I don't think it's 100%. So let's say there's no actual overheads that are programmed into the theatre mode, unless of course it's something a little bit something a little bit goofy going. But there is a it's not exactly disappointing. There's the view mode. So there's no actual speakers that are assigned. Anything that's added extra and extra and extra on the side, side surround outputs, the rest of it's routed to the channel output on the Storm processors XLRs to overhead. But there is something, yeah. Something a little bit, I think. Just trying to figure it out. I think I'll just have to go to the CP200, go to the Cat 150 Dolby Stereo. Is that absolutely certain? Okay. Can I still use this mode? I don't know. I think I can. I mean, I'll just be going through the CP200. Go through the analog input. Switch up to go over down to 5.1. Okay. Let's see if it works. Should take the signal. Take the signal. Okay. Let's see if that works. So back to the CP200. Oh, I'll switch the over to the other laser display. Yes, okay. Let's get that signal at a moment ago. What's going on there now? So do the outputs on the check that. That's okay there. Let me just check the Dolby tone, see if that's okay. What's that one there? Dolby tone. Dolby tone there. Let's turn that off and turn it back on. It could be an issue. Got Dolby tone there. Yeah, okay. Okay. That format. Okay. Let's go to that bit where the boulder should make a deeper clunk clunk. keep her rolling there. You got that kind of like Empire Strikes Back Walker sound, which I think is also similar sound effect used in Lethal Weapon 2. Let's trim those down. Well, still pretty high there. Let's take the what's it level up. Save it. Of course, in a proper mode, experimental mode, the surrounds are they don't have that simulated stereo effect like when it is going, because I think when it was still going, I think there was some of that still DSU getting applied, but I don't know how it was getting up there onto the, because theoretically it shouldn't be doing any signal up to there, because that's only the surround sides, that's only the side surrounds that are being diverted, but I don't think it is actually doable. I think it's still got to be done another way round, which is the way I'm using now. So yeah, there's just no way around it, I don't think. So a Trinol would be pretty much bloody useless. It's this DSU rubbish I think they're using today. I mean, it's okay in some ways, and in other ways it's totally lousy. Because there is no still original Dolby Pro Logic analog circuitry on these processors. Doesn't matter whether it's AVR or AVP. You gotta connect in to an 8-channel or maybe a 16 multi-channel input or something, and there's no way around it. No way around it. So just go with the original, the CP200. What's going on with that output on there? Stop down. That's better. Let's come back up. So definitely a little bit weird on that. Right card or size could be something. Too sure. Oh, I don't need the what's it on there? Where is it? What's the remote? It's not doing anything, is it? No, it's totally bypassed, I think. Just mute those channels on that DCX there. No, it's not applying anything. Okay, if I thought, because I was in another mode, I thought it was applying some signal. No, it's completely, bypassed there. So I'll put that in native mode. I got the XT. That turns those on. Okay, that turns them off. Okay. And turn those surrounds back on. So if I were to do a diagram, there's still something that was so it wasn't doing it exactly discrete, kinda. It was still taking something, I think, from those front, but I can't understand how it was applying. It shouldn't be, theoretically, shouldn't be not applying it. But anyway, problems are back to how, so it doesn't exactly work. Got to use the other configuration. explosion, pyrotechnic. Flipping that. It's not like all this woke rubbish Marvel, woke Paramount, Fox, Disney, woke rubbish today. Crikey, real thing, flipping that. I wouldn't want to be that close. God, you see the shockwave. You see like this shockwave coming off the because it's a controlled explosion sort of pyrotechnic movie sort of thing. But you can see a flipping shockwave coming off on the flipping surface. The loudness of and pushing air. How that was done. I mean, you're going to put someone pretty near to it. It's going to be bloody loud. I don't know what sort of loudness those things are, but is there a piece of glass or some perspex or something that's kind of up in, so, but no, otherwise those debris, or they'll. Look at that. How do they do that, How did they do that? There's no miniature, there's no CGI, superimposing. It's all in camera. I suppose it's only. I suppose look at pyrotechnics and how they work and such. Very clever stuff.
You looking for me?
Afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place for a murder.
Well, I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place. Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place. Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place. Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Jones.
I ought to kill you right now. Black.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now. Black.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place for a murder.
Black.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jones.
I ought to kill you right now.
Not a very private place for a murder.
Regret it. Where shall I find a new adversary so close to my own level?
Try the local sewer.
You and I are very much alike. You and I are very much alike. Archaeology is our religion. Yet we have both fallen from the pure faith. Our methods have not differed as much as you pretend. Close to my own level.
Try the local sewer.
So as long as I use that mode there, still does the same. So let's just trying to figure it. Let me go back to that firm and look at that mapping thing, okay? So what's it saying? So it obviously doesn't want to piggyback that signal. It was like the signal was getting still piggybacked onto the damn thing. Shouldn't have been doing that. But even still, yeah, it's got that simulated stereo effect, which is a little bit distracting. Let's see. What's the view? Have I saved that page there? Yep. Okay. View page. 7.7.1. Okay. And it's just adding extra speakers for the maybe it is the original signal going, but it's something to do with the DSU on the side surrounds. Something to do with the. I don't think any signal was coming from the front. I think it was just getting. Anyway, it's better in the other mode anyway, so I can still use this mode. I can still use this theatre mode. Just run it through the run it with the Dolby CP200. Yeah. Of course, it was steering the machine gun effect. Yeah, I mean, it seemed a bit something else that was going on. I think it's just the simulated stereo effect. That's better. Wow. Whoa, that bass.
An antechamber for us to discover.
Oh, wow, that's disorientating. Wow.
Archet floater, we're already going to be on the plane. That Archet floater, we're already going to be on the plane. That Archet floater, we're already going to be on the plane. We're already going to be on the plane.
Let us toast. Let us toast our success in the desert. We are, when we are very far from here. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden. Major, es kann beladen werden. Herr Major, es kann beladen werden. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden. Es kann beladen werden. Herr Major, es kann beladen werden. Major, es kann beladen werden. Herr Major. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden.
When we are very far from here.
Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden. Beladen werden.
I can feel the reverberation on that. Look at that. I'll just mute it on there. Let's give this another thinking. This needs a bit more thinking. Let's just put that down. Let's give this a bit more thinking. So it does work. It does work. It's going through the DSU and it doesn't sound, because I've got to keep that in mind. Adds a stereo effect, which is kind of sucks. I'm sure of a DSU that adds a stereo effect, or like the ProLogic 2, ProLogic 2, ProLogic 2X, ProLogic 2Z, and they add like a stereo effect to the mono matrix surround, or mono. Hang on, does it do the same in mono discrete? I don't think so. I think it still passes through discrete. I think the circuitry looks at it different between switching from ProLogic to discrete. Okay, let me think. Okay, so it's in the So what if I add for this theatre mode, but, hang on, wait a second. Am I wasting my time with that? If I add, trying to think. So what I want to do, so I change the amps. Change the amplifiers. So that the stereo. How many more channels? Oh gosh, how many more channels is that? Oh, crikey. Why not just build an array? So many speakers going along the floor in a square that does one, only it's just an array that does the same thing until a discrete thing comes along. And then otherwise, if it's just one little speaker there, one little speaker, it's just going to have it just wouldn't sound kind of right. Because there would be a gap. There'll be just these gaps on the floor, which I don't particularly would want. So it's got to have a square array of speakers there, and another in the middle. Say maybe in the middle, and then one over there. Yeah. Oh dear, how many speakers is that for this size room? Depending on the size of the speaker, size of the speaker also is the depth of the speaker. So few inches height, that's not going to work. That reduces the height of the room. So it's got to be something shallow profile. How they're fitted exactly in the floor. So maybe the magnet structure is near to a wooden frame and then transmit a bit of extra vibration through that wooden frame. Oh, yeah. It's complicated design, I think. It's complicated design. Interesting, complicated. Just trying to think. So if a mono signal is outputting and then routing into, I think you've got to have two signals have got to be, otherwise I think it would cancel out the sound. I think it would get cancelled out in the logic steering circuit. It will get cancelled. It will get cancelled out. It's got to have two signals going in, left or right. If it's left or right and the signals are mono, then it's only going to output on one of the outputs, be the center channel, the center signal out. Left and right, maybe when it's in bypass mode, and then the signal is going left to right, but in mono. But in it's a little bit more to it because it's a bit more complicated. And adding a signal delay to one of the inputs to create a simulated. But then the signal will just be nah. I think the arrangement on that is a little bit, but probably wouldn't work very well if it was going on Atmos pan through surrounds on the sidewalls or whatever, where there's groups of speakers, groups of channel speaker on each sidewall, because theoretically, if one speaker, or depending on how something's mixed, and then have sound and certain sound effects go from one speaker to the other, but you still got an atmospheric something or whatever going on within the array of speakers. So it seems like, the speakers are doing something rather than not doing something. And they've put an output from, that's only 1, 2, 3, unless I add on the other channel on the array. Front wide doesn't really do much. It's pretty useless. So side to side, left, right, left and right, left and right. PL2X, boom. Signal goes in. Any phantom signal that occurs between, where's that going to be routed to? Overhead? An extra overhead one? Or maybe in the seat. Maybe in the seat at the middle. But no, there's 1, 2, 3 rows there. I have to do some calculations of that. I think that's complicated. Wow, this blooming truck trace. Okay. What's the pink noise? Oh. Just do that. Yeah. is that going? Let's change that. Much change there. For there. I need to put the multi-mics up near the screen. Where's the remote? Where's the HDMI? Still confused on this. Where's the signal? There we go. CITA. So, yeah, that's working. Okay. Oh,
Fly it out of here. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. We're already going to be on the plane. We're already going to be on the plane. We're already. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane.
The desert. Ja. Major, es kann beladen werden. Es kann beladen werden. Es kann beladen werden. Flugzeug ist bereit, Herr Major. Es kann beladen werden.
Fly it out of here. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. Fly it out of here. 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 That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. Fly it out of here. 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 That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. Already going to be on the plane. Argent floater, that Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. Fly it out of here. Fly it out of here. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane. Floater, we're already going to be on the plane. We're already going to be on the plane.
From here.
whoa, wow. How did they do that? How did they do that? I mean, that really looks like it's out in the desert. I mean, it is out in the desert. It really does look like, wow, that really, there's no CGI to that, no marble woke crap rubbish. This is just, wow, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I think it needs more palm trees and watermelons, bananas and oranges, lemonade and ice. Wow. Wow. Wow, how did they do that?
Here, good enough. Come here. Come here. Auf, Cam. Junge, komm runter da. Runter jetzt.
Wow. Wow. It's like Raiders of the Empire Strikes Back at Empire. Wow. Bring on that THX. Oh, that's finger licking, isn't it? Have some Indiana Indiana Jones tender licking finger licking. Oh, no. He's a dog, Indiana Jones. Well, he is named after a dog. He's a dog. Only dogs bite. Come on. Wow. These directional punches. Boom, boom, boom. They put out some dynamic range. It's like being maybe I just need to move a little bit more. 2.5 feet forward a little bit. Oh yeah, center middle. Need a center middle seat. Need a center middle seat at the very front. A VIP seat. I'll get some more of these. Or at least something that looks something like a rocker chair, a rocker seat. Trouble is, won't see much of the OLED. And it'll only be good for the projection screen. And how high is that at the back? I think that's about 7, maybe 8 inches. I have to measure that. Oh no, it's simple. Just measure what's it down there? Yeah, from that bit there to there. I think it's about 7 inches. Yeah, I think it's 7 inches. So a seat in front with the projection on. It's not. No, wouldn't be enough. I think the seat would just. Yeah. Again, it could depend on the seat back because there's looks like a different seat that might have a shallow up to shoulder height. I think because these are stadium. Have to be up to about this height, up to shoulder height. But still, nah. Anyway, just put a seat, just an ordinary seat in front, because there is a difference between. Yeah, it'd be like just slightly marginally adjust the center output level a little bit. And yeah, it'll seem like front row, only front row typical. Front row seat typical in a cinema is still at least 20 feet about 20 feet to the screen. And here it'll only be a couple of meter. Whoa, what the fuck? Where the fuck did that sound come from? Fucking hell. God, that when she gets those, what all that sound, bloody hell. Oh, I didn't quite exactly feel it, but psychoacoustically, the sound of it. Oh, oh, ugh. Whoa. Wow. This can be a pretty disturbing movie. Let's just mute that sound. It can be pretty disturbing. Okay, so yeah. Oh, was that the signal dropped again? There's definitely something going on with that. Right channel, A card. Something definitely going on there. Let's just give it a little wiggle. Back in. There we go. Signal's gone back up, is it? Again. Yeah, it's okay there. Can push it in. Let's just give it a little wiggle and move. There's nothing changing. It still stay the same. It's like when pushing something in, I wonder if it's a capacitor issue. I know most of the capacitors on these probably need to be updated because the capacitors on there are blooming out. Are over 40 years old. Might be some of the capacitors might need upgrading on one of the cards, input or output cards. That's okay now. It's okay there now. Yeah. Let's just unmute that. Let's try the OBE. OBE on. Oh, just check the gain level on the DCX. Just check that's equal with. So just bring that down a bit. Down to 0. Okay. Whoa. Wow. Flipping it. Feels like an earthquake. Jesus fucking Christ, that hit me in the chest. Whoa. Oh, just nudge it down a little bit on the MDX. My goodness, I tell you, it's got some wallop. So this almost makes a Dolby Atmos movie put to shame. Oh, almost puts Dune 2 to shame. I don't need Dune 2 Atmos playing here anymore. Flipping that. This is like an earthquake. Oh, flipping that. Oh, bloody hell. Fucking hell, if you hear the THX Dolby Stereo here, bloody hell. You'd think it was discrete sound. Oh, no, it's just Dolby Stereo. Bloody hell, it sounds like bloody 70mm. Jesus fucking Christ. Whoa. Damn. Good old CP200. It's like Indiana Jones bullwhip, only it's not this thin. It's like this bloody wide, and he's slapping and bang, flipping that. Oh, flipping that. God, what's it look like in the room with the Spectrum lab picking it up on the what's it? Oh, got to go to the what's it? Otherwise, I'm not going to get any sound out. But so I'm on HDMI number 7. So we're going to switch it over on the. Switch it over to there. Go back to the monitor. For you, Mia. There. Spectrum should work on the. Wow, those are some pretty wild dynamics. Oh, flipping it! That is hard. That is hard in the 30. Well, it's probably a few random frequencies in the soundtrack layering there. But those are some pretty, and the signature that's picking up in the room with where the microphone is. Because if it was a direct signal on the line signal going to the amplifiers, the signal response there will be a little bit different. But yeah, that's pretty still mighty strong, that. Oh, and that final one there, that got a little bit warmish there. But the rest of the punches and the signature of the frequency that's going out in short intervals of pulses in the 40 hertz range up to, up to just under 85 hertz. Whew, brutal. Oh, that's pretty strong with that big bit of stone or being pushed out there. So it's got that's pretty hard there. Hard rock bass. Rock the bass. Oh yeah, they do have rock bass, or is it sea rock? Rocklin, that's it, Rocklin, which is a fish. It's not a bass. It's a bass. It's a bigger fish. Rocklin's a little small one. Rock lobster. Rock lobster. Rock lobster. Rock the bass. Rock lobster. This movie sounds like a airbuster. Oh, flipping that. Some of that range there is getting a bit pink in the 60 range. Whoa. Oh, yeah, pretty getting a bit pinky there. It's getting a bit high level. Oh, just that bit there. It does sound like being near, I suppose, some very large propellers. It's a little bit different on the what's it? Direct signal, rather than picking it up within the room. Switch on the monitor. Still on, what's it? Right. Yeah, still on USB. So use the options. Audio setting. Where are they? Oh yeah, it's up here. Do I switch it to wave input, stereo, rail? I can't remember which one I've got to switch it to. I'll try that one, see what that does. Probably take a few seconds to it apply. Okay, let's just give the mic a little thump. No, there's nothing there. Okay, let's see if it's going. it's going through it direct now. It's going through direct. Okay.
Fly it out of here. That our jet floater, we're already going to be on the plane.
Ist bereit, Herr Mann.
Let's turn that OBE off. Oh, that's disorientating.
Da! Wer sind Sie? Was machen Sie dort? Komm runter!
Wow. That's pretty strong. Wow.
Junge, komm runter da! Runter jetzt!
Wow. Cool. That is dizzy. That is making me dizzy. Oh. Oh.
Gib dir halt in die Fresse da! Da liegt der!
Oh. Don't get that quality of sound on TV today. It's all bloody near field and bloody compressed. Wow, disorientating. Wow. Yeah. Oh, a little bit of pink coming in there. Oh, flipping that. Oh, that's just dizzy. That's Dolby stereo disorientating dizzy. Oh yeah. Bring on the CP200. Oh, so though the adding the extra speakers going along the sidewalls, and then adding the rest of it overhead to the other outputs. Yeah, the DSU still has this artificial stereo sort of thing, and plus it was a little bit I think actually diminishing some of the bass response slightly. I think I did a test a while back. I did a test where I think it was only across the front channels. And it was comparing the pink noise with Dolby DSU, DTS Neural X, and the unusual, bizarre frequency response that occurs between the whether at the left and right channel or the center. And they're just like totally different. The DSU had a very bizarre frequency response. Really couldn't tell what was going on with that, or what's going on within the probably circuitry and what it's doing and the purpose of it. I know it does try to minimize crosstalk as much as it can in the center channel, so it's trying to reject certain crosstalk signals. So it could be something to do with that. It's probably got some bizarre, some sort of anti-filtering or something. But yeah, still, it doesn't matter whether you go from ProLogic 2 or ProLogic 2X or 2Z. 2X and 2Z with the surrounds, whether a matrix, Dolby Stereo matrix signals going into it, it wouldn't make much difference. It would still be more or less the same. It wouldn't be much difference with the center or such, because it's using a different type of logic. So unlike the DSU, which has a kind of whooshy effect sometimes when listening to music, when music's often playing, and listen carefully on the center, it's got this kind of whooshy effect. When it goes for a proper Dolby stereo, it doesn't have that issue because it's all analog. But anyway, put the CP2 on, bloody hell. And Raiders of the Lost Ark feels like a bloody 70mm print on Laserdisc playing. Frickin' heck. Feels like an AC3, but it's not. It's just PCM. It's just your average PCM Dolby Stereo, uncompressed audio. Oh, the Nazis just got over. Whoa! Can't see the truck. Can't see the truck because I've got the bloody what's it still on. So I'm still, I'll switch back to Was it laser or laser picture image? Whoa, yeah, look, the dirty Nazis, goose-stepping morons. Ooh la la, he goes off the cliff. Ooh la la. None of that George Lucas CGI bloody mountain crap. Just the original matte painting. God, it really feels like the bloody flipping cars just drove by and then suddenly, and then, whoa, where's the road gone? Oh, we're flying. Oh, they fly now. They fly now. They haven't got enough feathers on them, have they? Oh. So when they're going through those leaves, and it's only a few seconds. So when they're going through those leaves, I'm thinking, what does that, see, no one can tell me what the crappy 4K Atmos Raiders sounds like, Does it have anything that sounds like, it doesn't sound too hokey, and it sounds like it's a discrete sound, say, it doesn't carry the music overhead, and it's just got the sound of the leaves, but if you're going for a leaf, you partly, because I can tell from experience, I've gone through some overhanging branches that and cycled through it, and then just heard the sound going over the helmet, and not in my face much, but just duck slightly and push go over my over the helmet. So when it hits you in the face, it's gonna sting a little bit. If you're going walking through it slowly, it wouldn't. It'll just kind of rub over. But when you're going a bit far, it's going to slap. Have a little, so you get a bit of sound up front, and if you had a sound just from the leaves, but like say, if I'm guessing that crappy Atmos it's got the John Williams music blaring out the bloody overheads, and it just sounds like garbage, rather than do it discreetly and such. We've used stem tracks, and you just use the specific part of the leaves, not something that sounds like it sounds like the same leaf that's up front, but it sounds totally different. It's a different frequency, different layer of the track. But you need something also, because I've got to view it a little bit. Yeah, so when they're head on with those leaves, boom, you're going through the leaves now. You're going through those leaves. So to create this bullshit immersive Atmos bullshit because I'm sick and tired of people on YouTube with their bullshit and shill videos. Immersive, bloody hell, it sounds like a fucking red alarm. Immersive alert. Fuck yeah, I sound like a fucking bunch of fucking Daleks. Anyway, you need a sound that's also coming from below. So you got, like I say, if you had parallel speakers, and you can create a holographic sound or a phantom image. So something coming, and then like it seems like you've just gone and you kind of freak out because it's going to make to a trained listener like myself, it will make me do that because it feel like I've just gone through some freaking leaf, but without necessarily feeling the leaves going against my face or head or whatever, and shoulder, etc. Yeah, I bet they weren't even thinking that on the dub stage when they probably, I don't know, because I won't fucking buy it. Period. I won't fucking buy that fucking Raiders 4K just to be fucking disappointed. If no one out there with a Trinov or a Storm can even confirm what it bloody sounds like, what's actually going on? Oh yeah, it's one of these bullshit mixes. You're absolutely right. Otherwise, is that sound in the surround? It might be a mixture of the front, left, and right signal. No, it's a bit filtered. It's a little bit filtered. So the sound of it sounds like that. The music is kind of roaring out the monomatrix surround about that level, and that sound effect leaf is like that. Whereas the sound effect of it on the screen channels is it's a little bit loudish. So yeah. But that's what you would hear if you go through leaves at that speed. Not that you're going to care or give it too much thinking. Just mute that. And going through some more trees and leaves and good tactic, Indiana, because that's going to sting pretty hard when it slaps you. And you're going to think, oh, ouch. And your first reaction is to let go and touch your fucking face. And you're going to fall off. Oh, quick, someone help that tree. Nazi just fell on it. Help that tree. Fucking killed it. Fucking killed the tree, you ass. It was all upright. It was all upright, and you killed the tree, Jack. I hope Spielberg used an artificial tree there. No trees in this movie were harmed. They breathe oxygen. They give oxygen. Jackasses. Bloody hell. I wonder what the DVD sounds like. I'll have to put it on and play the DVD to see if that. It might not be there in the surround. I doubt it's even there in an Atmos, because they're all about bullshitting the public. Oh, it's immersive audio. the more Atmos bullshits, I need wings to fly above it. I need wings to fly above it because it's so much bullshit, Atmos. It's laughable sometimes that these mixers just no imagination. It's like this bit here, you know, the immersiveness, you know, this bit here. You know, his hat blows off. So if you're on top of a truck, you know, it doesn't. You don't need high IQ to even know that there's going to be a lot of wind blowing up there because the vehicle's moving. It's pushing through air, and it's going to be pretty breezy, you know. So you got to have a track layer that's overhead that's going, and it's got to be discreet. It's got to be a discrete sound to create like a breeze of like a windy breeze effect, and use these overheads like 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, whatever, and have it moving discreetly. So you think, fuck, it's like being on the top of the truck, you know. No, these mixer things today, they got no imagination. They just have blaring fucking John Williams music blaring out on the fucking overheads. As if it ain't blaring out loud enough along the fucking screen channel. And you got to use music artistically. Do you take specific musical instruments and have them play absolutely discreet? And when everything plays together, it has this nice flow, rather than just something that's just boom, 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 playing the same fucking signal. Need it to flow and move. Not bullshit. People like myself that's fucking put fucking a lot of time into this fucking shit, into the fucking fucking room. Fuck's sake. I don't want to be bullshitted. Yeah. And you can't, even though the camera's vibrating, creating this vibration effect. You know, all that vibration or any fucking vibe would be if you're on the canopy of that vehicle, you'd just be feeling vibration through your body. Different frequency, actually. Different resonant, different frequency. But just a lot of bump, up and down, bump vibrations. You can't just have that playing on a single LFE channel. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. Unless of course, it's complementing an extreme amount of bass that's on the left, the right, and the left and right surrounds to create a sort of wheel to surface vibration. But probably just wouldn't work in these mixes because they have to have it discrete. You got to have new LFE signals, LFE 1, LFE 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, or whatever. You got to work it all out, do the math, and then you got to have a new LFE because the LFE hasn't changed for nearly since the mid 1970s. That baby boom that's evolved into LFE, changed its frequency response, expanded it a bit wider, a bit more higher dynamic, right? Hasn't changed. It hasn't evolved in decades. And they got this Atmos bullshit and they say it's immersive and all, but what a load of bullshit. Really is. I mean, what can you do with a single mono signal? You can, like say, if you put a certain time delay, but would you be able to notice it? So one speaker doesn't have a time delay on it, so you put a time delay on the other one to try and create a simulated stereo effect out of the LFE signal. But would you be able to detect it? I mean, there's a few things you can just grab. You can grab one of those effects, DSP effects units that kind of create probably something like a 3D sound, kind of. I think there's some that I got my eye on, which are Roland, made by Roland, but they're not cheap. And they're made in the 1990s, because that was some sort of thing during the 90s or such, creating a 3D sound spread wideness. But whether it does something, otherwise I could just use a time delay. But when you pause it and then play it again, pause it, you'd notice the effect. I'll just back it up a bit. Purposely go to the DCX. I've got a couple of milliseconds. Hang on, let's just double check. Yeah, I've got a very few millisecond time delay on one of the sub, but that was only to correct something where it sounded like one speaker was a little bit too nearer to me, and then just try time shift delay, and it's just shifting the frequency, kind of shifting the frequency, and then my ears hear it like, oh, it sounds like two speakers become one speaker rather than, because one sounded a little bit. But if I were to, I could use the phase, variable phase, and I could do the similar thing by shifting a little bit and then apply it. But then when I put some time delay again, it's going to go, so it's a bit tricky to try and create, whether it's doesn't really matter if it's LFE or OBE or optical base extension. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, really, because it's still a mono signal. What's its drop down again? So definitely on this. So it's got a funny feeling it might be this card. Oh, the signal just went up a little bit there, and then just briefly, I got sight. I don't know if it's some of the capacitors on this circuit card here. I have to check with a buddy, see what he thinks, or see if he's changed anything on Cat 160. I just wonder if it's Cat 160. The signal went briefly up and then it dropped back down. I pull a card out and then pop a card slowly back in. Signal goes up, back up. So these have got to go through, and then they go through the meter. They've got to go through, is it the universal link? That's got nothing on it yet. I take the universal link card out, but that's got no components on it. That's a different type of. Of course, if I pull the matrix card out, the sound goes out, so it's got nothing to do with the matrix card. What about the special number 2? Okay, that turns off all the other channels, so put that back in. The switch card, that turns off all the other channels except the OBE. Dual equalizer card, no, that doesn't do anything. I think that's only for yeah, 70 and yeah. What about the switch card here? That switches off the other channels, a few channels, but I think it could be something to do with the A card there, going over to maybe Cat 160, I think. Yeah, it's okay now. It's behaving. It's behaving. So let me go back to playback something. Let's see. Let's just turn those down a little bit of sound, or maybe I'll just do it. Yeah, do it with just the bass. Makes no difference, does it? Okay. The surround's muted. That okay. Okay, so it's just the. Okay, so if I go to the. Turn that time delay off there. Yeah, it's shifted. Turn it on and well, wait, listen to that. Oh, flipping that. It's vibrates. Something like that there. Okay, and turn that time delay off. Is there a difference in the signal? What's it still vibrating up there? Something behind the screen. Turn that time delay on. Yeah. Turn it off. And just add an extra few dB because it's shifting the frequency. Okay. Let's go back. Turn it off. Go to the variable phase. Got a little bit of variable phase there, a little bit of variable phase there. Okay, already got some. Let's invert the channel. That's interesting. Let's giving a little bit, but where's shifting the frequency or somewhere? There's something that's vibrating up there. Something's vibrating. What is that vibrating on the screen? Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Hang on, something to do with. Give that a little push. There's a lot of energy, a lot of bass behind that screen. Oh, there's a lot of bass going. Right? Yeah, this is science. Alright, I admit that's minimised a little bit, but it's something to do with the, the screen being in position and there's something that's causing a resonant vibration. That reduced a little bit. Okay, so if I put that. What are you doing, Bear? Oh, the bear cat's knocking things over. He needs feeding. Feed me. Meow. 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 Alright, you're interested in biscuits. Alright. Just okay, maybe just that phase on there. Let's just turn it down on the fader there. That one down there. Okay. Put time delay on there. Okay, shift it up a few dB. Okay. Put a little bit longer time delay. signal's going up a bit higher. Give it a little bit more longer delay. Okay, a little bit more longer. Okay, maybe try some phase there. Yeah, that shifted the signal up a little bit because it dropped down a little bit. Okay, all right, now turn the time delay off. Let's do it again. It kind of sounds mono-ish. All right, put the time delay on. And it's got a kind of stereo effect-ish now to it because one sub has got a longer time delay because it's got to be a certain time length. And then it gives an illusion of like a stereo, but they're not because there's no real panning moving side to side, or if you had an effects LFE kind of maybe like an LFE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the front, so it also complements the 5 screen, or it can, I suppose, if you want a lot more, then you know, like say you couple them together rather than have them spread out a little bit, you know. So you get a kind of LFE stereo 3D or 3D LFE stereo. So it'd be like wouldn't be holographic. It would just be a complete, it'd be totally different from discrete from the other screen channel. Yeah. Yeah. Just add a little bit of water. Yeah, that sounds stereo-ish. That OBE now. It sounds stereo. Doesn't matter if I put an LFE signal into it. It'll still have a similar effect. It sounds stereo-ish now. If I turn the time delay off. It just sounds like it's like a signal that's just kind of there in the middle. But when I add the long time delay, it kind of gives it that motion. Or that kind of movement sound or such. It just gives it, because one signal is being delayed by so many milliseconds on one side, while the other side doesn't have any time delay. Yeah. All this thing about stereo sub-bass, because you're actually taking a stereo signal, bass signal from the left and right front, and you're sending it. I could easily do that with the left and right front and just turn the crossover region, the range, down to very low, and it'll just play. It wouldn't have any, if any dialogue pans go into it, they'll be completely filtered off, because dialogue voice only goes down to about 100 hertz. And so, yeah, I could do that on the stereo front and left and right. Stereo sub bass. But no, that effect there with the... Yeah, I want to try it, doing it the opposite way. So it's a little bit tricky, I think. It's just tricky, not impossible, just tricky. So going from the front and the back and then add a certain time delay. So it gives a kind of, yeah, forward backward motion. This just sounds like it. It's okay in this position. All right, turn the offsets on, and then mute the LFE. Mute the OBE, because there's OBE, LF, or OBE, baby boom, LFE, sense around. Oh yeah, I wonder what it would be like on the roller coaster, or maybe play Earthquake. Ah, yeah. Oh no, they got Earthquake in Atmos now. My goodness me, what the fuck? What the blazes? What you mean? The sense around isn't that good enough? They need. Oh, but I think that's going to be a terrible sound mix. I know that film too well. So when they got the interior and the bloody ceiling collapses, it should make sound up there and all little debris sounds that should be making sound on the floor, but they're not. They make sounds up there on the screen speakers, but they're not making sounds. They're actually like, and when the bloody ceiling collapses, boom, bam, it should sound like it's just landed on the flipping floor and scare the wits out of you. That's the whole idea of all this immersive bullshit, isn't it? Yeah. I bet they don't do that. Yeah. Oh, and seeing it's what's it? Is it going to use a single overhead, and they just duplicate that sound twice, so it's the same there and the same back there, but there's no actual discrete movement of it going on. It's just the same signal. Oh yeah, I don't know. Can't trust Atmos. Can't trust it. Or is it going to use free speakers and and just have sound effects? Or if, when, as and when a harmony of music gets mixed, a certain element of the music track gets mixed into and creates a harmony. Oh, you can't trust it. You can't trust these Atmoses. You can't trust these mixers, these studios. Are only in it to get a little bit of extra cash on the side. Not really in for the artist. They're not really in there for the art.
Fly it out of here. That Argent floater, we're already going to be on the plane.
It might have some echoey effects, I think, with this. Might just have some echoey effects. Or maybe like an echoey kind of decay time sort of reverb delay. So I'll pause it. Yeah, I can hear it, but when pausing, a kind of sound kind of going boom 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 boom. Yeah, I'd like to try that effects unit. Just not cheap. Probably might be an answer. If it doesn't work for the subs, it might be okay for the some use on the surrounds. But I was thinking, come on, other things that. Meow. Meow. Do I got to feed you again, Bear? Or do you just want a little petting? You want a little petting? You got to come in here, Bear. You got to come this way, Bear. You got to come this way, sweetie. No. You got to come in here, Bear. You got to come in here, Bear. Come in here, sweetie. Whisper. Strange monkey. Strange monkey. Okay. So, simulated. I mean, Behringer have got some effects units, but probably not as the same like those other ones. Anything else that might be like a stereo 3D sort of thing today is probably going to be some crappy AI, some crap that I don't know. In any case, it'll probably be a plug-in that you got to use on the bloody mixing console. It probably don't do blooming outboards that you can just put into a rack, for crying out loud. You got simulated stereos on some other units that you can get hold of, and that's just basically like a time delay, kind of fake. So you got a mono signal goes into an AV, which I've got a little receiver thing, and a mono signal goes into it, and you press one mode and it creates a simulated stereo. But it's, you don't get panning effects. It just seems like stereo, but doesn't pan. And let me think about the LFE. Let me think about it. Because it's a mono signal. And if you were to divide the frequency regions, divide it into regions. So you use a crossover, 48 dB. So it's like that instead of like that. And so you have blocks of signal. So they go around the room. So, you know, somewhere around the middle part of the room is good for a certain frequency range. And so you filter off the extreme low, because that seems to work pretty well where it is up front. And then it goes out and it just has a bigger size to it. But that being said, got to keep in mind that, okay, it's going to produce so much level that the ear is going to hear, and how much of it is it going to produce mechanically that you're going to feel. Yeah, because you want basically 50-50. You want it 50-50, 50% mechanical, 50% acoustical. You can't have it sort of like 50% acoustical and then 10% mechanical, because you're losing a lot of energy. You know, you put your hand on the cone and you feel the energy. And there's only certain percentages of energy or mechanical feel that each seat is only feeling. Yeah. Put a sub speaker or something behind the seat or underneath it. It's in close proximity. It doesn't really much change when you play a sine wave tone. It more or less stays the same. It doesn't wander kind of forward or side to side or backwards. It stays more or less in the same position. Same with a bass shaker on the seat. Frequency is not going to wander. forward, backward, side to side. It's going to stay in the same position. Where a sub located up front or a center channel or play a sine wave, the frequency goes that way, this way, up, down. It just wanders all over the bloody place. You get closer to where the speaker is behind the screen, you get closer to it, play the sine wave tones manually, and they seem like they're in the same position because you're nearer to it. Play it on headphones, same thing. The tone doesn't shift forwards, backwards, up, down, side to side. It stays in the same position. So when you're trying to do all this sub-bass shit in a bloody room and you're wondering why the bloody signal's going all over the bloody show, makes a holy bloody mess. You think, okay, certain frequencies are going this way and that way. All right. Then you check how the level of it, and then you put another group of subs on the left, the right side near the seating, and another one on the other, nearer to the other seats, and go through the tones, and then establish something like, okay, I'll put another 48 dB here and here, and I'll squish the filters in so it only plays a narrow range. Because when the whole lot is all playing all at once, it'll seem like, but bloody hell, don't go too crazy on spending out thousands just for a bloody sub, like some people have, and they got them stacked so blooming close. And okay, tone's not going to wander around too much, if they're pretty close to you. But I'm sure some frequencies are just going to be way too light. And are they going to sound real? Or is it just going to be like mono, 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 mono? Or you put a time delay and then they sound kind of like stereo, but waste of bloody time. I should have updated these bloody LFEs years ago. I'd have to do a rant video, or maybe I can rant in this one because this is going to be a long video. Bloody hell, how many hours have I been on this now? 8 hours, crying out loud. I need to look at a movie, or I need to look at several to give a inspiration, and then I have to maybe use my whiteboard and just sort of like think this might be the limit for it, of how many LFE signals there should be, so they can create, with certain exterior to interior to certain, like vehicles, and you want this sort of motion sound. There's a lot more to it, What next? Do you make the actors, the performers of everything that is on the screen? You can't. It's stretching it. Then it will be stretching so that you feel the vibrations of every performer moving around. In the real world, we don't feel people moving around on concrete. We hear the sound, but we don't feel it. So like, again, someone's talking here and someone passes in front. So, and depending on whether they are facing forward, and there'll be a dip in the frequency response, it will be up like that, and then someone passes by and the frequency will dip, and then when they walk by it'll go back up again. That's how it works. You don't usually hear that in film mixes. It can be done, but a lot of all these major movies, you know, Spielberg, Lucas, and there's a lot of, you know, and they just don't put these details in to make it sound like, wow, sounds like they're actually really in the room, sort of, or you're actually whatever, maybe there, whatever, that sort of bullshit. You know, maybe with the multi LFE. I mean, how long then is the piece of string? Yeah. Get so many different types of sub now. Some small, some of that are a little bit smaller, and some have long excursion levels and can go down very or do very low without distortion, until they are purposely turned or levels way up beyond their technical tolerances, and then they start breaking up and making weird sounds. So how do you create that water effect? Yeah. See, the next time I put a movie on that's like Waterworld or Jaws, I'm going to be watching those boat. I'm going to be watching the motion on those waves. And I know I've been on a boat recently, so to give me a bit of extra reminding of what the motion of it feels like. And it's like somewhere in Jaws, there is a kind of motion, but it's not always there, I don't think. And then you got to listen to the screen channel and the surrounds, and they should be like that. They can't be like this or like that. They got to be like this. They got to be connected and then have this motion. They can't be like that. Otherwise, you think, why the bloody hell does it sound way too fucking loud on the surround and it's soft in the front? Or if it's way too loud on the fronts and it's incredibly soft on the surround, it doesn't sound like I'm on the ocean. You kidding me? It's got to be connected and it's got to move, but it's not going to have that energy really to kind of, you know, so you're relaxed in the seat and so the boat is in motion. And I've seen how the waves move on the harbour this week, where they're all ripples and then you get these large currents that are moving underneath, and then they have these big wide gaps in the water, and I can see how shallow or how lower one part is as it's coming, as the boat's going into it, and then the wave going up by, well, if I were measuring it, it looked like, well, yeah, even something like that, over an inch or so, over 12 inches or a foot. You know, that's like going over a speed bump. You know, you go over it gently. You don't want to go over it fast, otherwise it's going to give you a heck of a jolt. But that's what you get on the boat. You could either approach it extremely steady and then it's going to seem a little bit smooth, rather than like, ooh, crikey, it's like a bus coming up to a speed bump and the bus slows down to go over it as easily as possible because the driver doesn't want to distress any passengers. Of course, if it went over pretty on a bus, blimmin' it, you would probably bounce out your bloody seat. So I don't think a home theatre thing can go as near or close to that sort of, but no way near. Because then that'd be like trying to strap yourself in and you watch a movie with a bloody space shuttle launch, and that's not going to be the same, not unless you put your seating in that position. So you're and then because the vehicle's that way, isn't it? And then it starts doing all this when it's in flight. Yeah, all right, I'll just flip the seats 90 degree and then just sit and put a seatbelt on. And then the seats are gradually move. Oh no, that's not going to work. So you got a projection screen on the ceiling, and so then when it starts to turn, or a dome screen. That's it, a dome screen. And then so and then oh dear, really. Oh. Yeah. So I'm looking at radars, and I can see these waves moving on the ocean. I see the waves moving. I see there's some bit of current moving around there, and I can see the thickness in some of the layers of the waves, and and the boat. That's why some people, I suppose, get sick, because they rather be on firm ground rather than something that's sat in water and it's wobbling around. So I wonder if earthquakes would do the same, even though ground is similarly moving in the same way as ocean waves, which is why everything goes that way, this way, that way, or maybe up or down or what such, depending on, because the ground motion is shifting, twisting, and that's a lot of energy. Can't quite do that with subbase. I mean, you look at the excursion level, or how much the subbase is moving. That's not even near enough to do actual real structural damage, unless of course it's something maybe attached to something very flimsy, plasterboard or such, and that you set it in such a way so it's going to, with the intention to purposely break it apart. But it's subbase in someone's basement, and that's just energy that's just in peaks in certain areas in the basement. It's building up certain peaks in certain corners or areas at random frequencies, and anything above that's not securely tightened down, and it's just a little, and it just makes this tapping sound and bouncing and rattles. Otherwise, it really hasn't got enough energy there to really do. It's just when something's not securely fastened down. And it annoys me when I hear something rattling a little bit up at the screen, because it shouldn't be. But there's a lot of energy going up front before, energy is more higher level up front than it is when it reaches back. It's lost some of its mechanical, and it's just a bit airborne, and it's just like, it sounds exaggerated on my ears. It doesn't sound right, because it sounds something like something missing. That's where the bass shaker comes in, or another bass driver that's located nearby, and it's just putting a little bit of energy that's a little bit closer. But once you get out of the seat, it minimizes, it disappears. You know, in a real earthquake, you know, you're running around, your feet are on the floor, the ground outside. I mean, you're coupled with it, and you're gonna. Same with a boat. You're coupled with the boat. Or the ship. And you go, sort of like figure. There's somewhere there, and figure it. How to get a breeze of air, or sort of thing. You can hear it in the soundtrack, but you can't really feel it. Not at the level where it would be in nature. And it seems you don't question it. But when it's on sound, you think, there's something not right. Something missing. So what am I going to do? Get some air fans in the that just doesn't work. Because how the heck are you going to mask the motor mechanism? Real nature and wind doesn't have motor mechanisms. And you can't generate it through ports on a sub-bass speaker or whatever, because it just wouldn't be the same. Because you're generating it through a narrow port or wide port, whatever. It's just not the same. You got to have multitudes of it and wind, air is shifting and moves around. When you watch the ground surface and it's dusty, and you can see how it's certain things have this circulation motion. You ain't gonna get that on a bloody immersive bullshit Atmos system. So you got to produce a certain airflow, and also there is with nature. It's big. It's big. You got to generate something that is an airflow is going to reach you in a certain amount of millisecond. And then randomly it's changing, it moves and shifts and moves, and you just can't do that. Just get these wind effects and get little fluttery sort of effects, panning and such, but you don't actually feel it. Boom. I feel the air being pushed. I move my hand quickly and then stop, and it's just pushing some air. And doing that hand motion, that's like you're asking a sub-bass speaker to move something like ridiculous. I don't know if it can move that far. I mean, that's like 1 foot. Boom, boom. It's got a boom, boom, and it's got to be. It can't have noticeable artifact effects. It's got a butt to generate boom, electrical, and then produce the air turbulence inside the box and then blow out through the port. But is it going to lose some energy? So it's very easy to is it going to lose some energy? Yeah. So, I mean, so I mean, sometimes that's why I suppose they got all these silly, loud, bloody, horrendously loud, bloody sound effects on movies, and sometimes they just don't seem to fit in with. So the screen is many meters away, depending on when it plays. I don't know, dialogue sound. That's a little bit more than that. What about opening and closing a door? So always, depending on how many base cabs they got behind the screen. So that basically the stack of base cabs are almost bigger or taller than the average or the door, because the door is about 6 foot something. You got 2 base cabs put together, so that's four 15-inch race drivers. That's going to be almost higher, taller than an average door. But does it sound like a door? No. It doesn't sound like it. It's got the sound of a recording of a door, but it doesn't sound like an actual door. That's kind of, because it's, with this immersive bullshit atmos, it's about immersive bullshit. I know what it sounds like when you're pushing the door in, and how it's sounding around the seals and going into the frame, and it's got this certain specific, and you got to have a multi. So it's like you think, bloody hell, sounds like someone just closed the flipping door or opened a door. And you got, all these psychoacoustic bullshit illusions of fucking immersive bullshit. Open a door on the main part of the house, and you go into part of a conservatory, and before opening the other doors, and it's got a certain air pressure around it that I notice. I see all these movies and I'm thinking, have they bothered to put all that detail in? Meow. Meow, you come here, bear. You got some food up there. You just meow for service. Room service. There, I've got a little bell somewhere. I don't know where it is. I've got a little bell. Maybe I can train you and you can ring the bell. I don't know. I mean, some people got flipping cats to ring bells, but through some blimmin' perseverance. See, what was okay and what I liked back then was sound. I'm just, I tell you, you waste a lot of your life on this shit, whether you're doing it professionally, but with some crap equipment supplied by Dolby Labs because they can't be fucking asked to fucking do something right. And it's like, is that it? Come on. And it's like everything they put into it visually is like, oh wow. But why couldn't they put a little bit more into it with the sound and such? And we all know, what things are, and that is those that know. But, yeah. Frustrating it is. It's just frustrating now. I'm getting bored with this now. Anyway.